Right, good morning, everyone. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good. The court is convened this morning for the hearing of Civil Appeal number 7 of 2021. That's the Bermuda Health Council against Dr. J.J. Soares and the Hamilton Medical Center. The parties are represented in the case of the appellant by Mr. Ben Adamson of Conyon Pierman Limited, and the respondents are represented by Mr. Keith Robinson and Kyle Masters of Kerry Olson. These proceedings are taken before my Lord the President, Sir Christopher Clark, Justices of Appeal, Jeffrey Bell, and Dame Elizabeth Gloucester. My Lord President?
Yes, Mr. Adamson.
Good morning, my lords, my lady. And yes, I appear on behalf of the Health Council. My learned friends, Mr. Robinson and Mr. Masters, appear on behalf of the respondents. My lords, my lady, just as a matter of housekeeping, I hope in this remote age that you have the full record of appeal. That's binders A and B all together, and then a binder C.
Yes, we do.
And I hope you have the joint bundle of authorities and our skeletons. And
well, speaking for myself, I have your skeletons, but I don't have your authorities save on the cloud.
will that be a problem,
No.
Mr. President?
No.
Well, we'll just make sure that when we go through, we'll ensure we go through it fairly.
Bundle C was helpful in the sense it's always helpful to have a set of chronological documents, save that a few of the documents appear to be documents in mourning, so that in order to be able to read them, you have to go to Bundle B, but that's no matter.
I'm grateful, and again, I'm sorry if the bundles have been less than ideal. This will have to go through a whole universe of clouds and so on.
Yes, right.
My lords, my lady, before I start, may I make one preliminary point? It's a legal one, but I hope it's not contentious. And indeed, I say it can't be. And that is this: when analysing any decision in the context of a judicial review, the decision must be considered in the context of the facts and the available options available to before the decision maker at the time of the decision. Now, that is trite law, but it is a feature which I say may lie at some of the confusion at the center of this case. So to repeat, any decision in a JR must be looked at in the context of the facts and options as they stood at the time of the relevant decision. And in this appeal, that means that we look at things as they stood in September 2020. You cannot look at things through a rear view mirror. And with that statement of the hopefully obvious, may I turn to what this appeal is about? And I can do so in short order because it is summarized by the learned judge at in the first section of his judgment. And the issues in this appeal are in many ways quite technical. We are concerned with the standard health benefits system and the SHB system as part of the central plumbing of Bermuda's healthcare system. And the Health Council oversees its maintenance. And can I take you briefly to our governing act? Now, my Lord President, that's at tab 24, and I'm just, hopefully you can reach it in the cloud, even if you don't have it in paper hand. It's just to really give the legislative background, and again, none of this is contentious. And at tab 24, that's our Governing Act, 2004 Act, and you simply see, if one has it, but at section 3, the Health Council is established as a body corporate. Section 4 sets out the general purpose of the council, which is to regulate, coordinate, and enhance the delivery of health services. And section 5 sets out our functions. A, to ensure the provision of essential health services. B, to exercise regulatory responsibilities in respect of health services. 5C, to regulate health service providers. 5F, to identify and publish goals for the healthcare system. And over the page at section 6, composition of the council, you see we have ex officio members from the high ranks of the government establishment. We have the CMO, we have the permanent secretary, the financial secretary, and you see that subsection 11, the council may establish committees for such purposes as it sees fit. And of course, we're concerned in this case with the decisions of committees. And then you see section 9, this chief executive officer, who is appointed by the council with the approval of the minister. And at regulation, section 15, not that it concerns us, there is a power not exercised by the minister to put in place regulations. So our function, in a nutshell, is to coordinate and integrate the provision of health services in what is clearly a complex system. And all this is, as I say, set out in the ruling of paragraph 34. None of this is contentious. It is a complex system with the interplay of insurers, private sector insurers, the Health Council, and government funding. And that's
whilst we're dealing with preliminaries, could you forgive me if I ask what may seem a rather basic question, but it comes from somebody who is used to a different form of health system. The standard premium is set by the minister. It's currently $351 per month for the standard health benefit. And as I understand it, the premium is paid to insurers, and the insurers pay the service providers fixed fees for the standard health benefit. That's right, is it?
Yes.
What happens if, and as I understand it, the premiums that are received in any one year, some portion of them are kept by the insurers to pay eligible claims to standard health benefit, and some are used to make payments to the mutual reinsurance fund. Assume that in any one year, the premiums that are kept by the insurers to pay eligible standard health benefit claims are not sufficient to meet the demands by the insured for those standard health benefits. Is that just a loss to the insurers?
The insurers pay, but they are reimbursed through the system. So the risk of loss is not to the insurers; it's to the system will halt, and the funds will have to be found by government. It's set out by Dr. Brathwaite, and this is at B146. It is a very convoluted system because of the interplay of the private and, as it were, public sector. And if you go to B146,
yes,
and this is Dr. Brathwaite's first affidavit.
Yeah.
And if you go to paragraph 7, you'll see the description.
Yes.
And that is as we've just been discussing. And then paragraph 9, we aim for a loss ratio of 100%. In other words, for the SPR to cover the costs of the SHB without any surplus or deficit. When the spend does not match the budget shortfall, it has various negative impacts. For example, the mutual reinsurance fund may need to be adjusted. The resources available to the health insurance department, which cares for the most vulnerable or potentially put at risk, and services to insured persons may have to be restricted. The government may also be forced to inject more money into the budget than it had originally planned. these consequences have given rise to instances where the government has not been able to fund areas of the hospital and where private insurance companies have had to raise premiums mid-year. This process of being right for the budget is central. So, in other words, if there isn't enough money, then on the government side, government would have to find it, and otherwise the insurers would increase premiums themselves over and above to, because insurers they can charge, private sector insurers have to charge the premium set by regulations, but they can increase for other. In Bermuda, we have what we call HIP, the standard SHB, but then you can charge amounts in addition to that for additional services. So
But the increase, Mr. Adamson, would cover future health expenses, not past ones.
Well, I think what Dr. Brathwaite's saying there is would have to be increased premiums mid-year for that year. In other words, we'd be in a terrible pickle.
Gosh, you can do that, can you?
Well,
it sounds the most entirely acceptable business for insurers that if in fact the losses exceed the premiums, they can increase the premiums. We'd all like to be that sort of insurer.
Yeah. Well, I think the point being made here is that you enter into a world of rather unknowns, but a world of pain, and it's something which, therefore, the Health Council seeks to avoid, and that's one of its primary missions is to ensure budget balance, because consequences are very complicated in such a system where you have multiple players. I'm not sure I can assist you further than that. It's an interesting question. It is rather hypothetical, but you can understand why the council is concerned to maintain balance, which is what Dr. Brathwaite is saying there. We aim for why it always aims for a loss ratio 100% and to avoid deficit, because you would get to the issue of, well, who's going to fund the deficit?
Yes, well, I was quite interested in who is going to fund the deficit, but you say
The answer is the government.
I'm saying, well, Dr. Brathwaite's saying certainly for the areas, for example, for those who are covered, essentially the people who are at risk, the resources available to who care for the most vulnerable, they'd be put at risk. They may not get the cover they need at all, because so the resources available to the health insurance department to care for the most vulnerable are potentially put at risk. So it is from this pot, you have the people who have the standard insurance, but also you're covering people who are not insured and so on. And they would be, any deficit would impact them as well. So it would have to be, the pain would be shared out in a way which is complicated. It is an unusual system.
Yeah. And Mr. Adamson, what one has seen in other cases where, and I'm thinking criminal injuries compensation board cases, where victims of very serious injuries who've had to be sent overseas have had the cost of that advanced by the LCCA. In other words, it doesn't go through government at all. That's presumably government would not become involved in the expense of someone who is uninsured and needs medical treatment overseas.
Correct. When this system is only to do with the standard health benefit system, only covers health services in Bermuda. There is some of the funds from the SHB does pass to, as I said, the mutual insurance fund, both funds the hospital and other programs, which includes programs for vulnerable people, including, I believe, the uninsured. It is complex, and it may be one of the documents we'll look at as a fact sheet, an information sheet, which may assist.
Okay, well, let's not spend time on it now.
Yeah, it has, but you're right to raise, and it has components And the other thing to add, and I'll come to this, is there is a block grant to the hospital. So while in many ways it's helpful just to see it in terms of a standard insurance scheme, money comes in, money is paid out through the insurers. There is a block grant scheme to the hospital, which we'll come to. The scheme, complicated as it is, means that if you're an approved provider, you are part of the plumbing. You are paid, as my Lord President pointed out, fixed sums for every service provided. This is a fixed fee system. The fees are set by separate regulations. So there's no competition on price.
Well, just pausing there. I mean, what in practice happens is that a particular doctor may charge the government approved rate or may charge more, in which case there's a copay, which can be relatively nominal or which can be relatively costly when it comes to services like dermatological, of which I have had experience. That would fall outside our ambit, as it were. That's separate. We are concerned with the non-copay element. But right. So I'm just making the point that doctors aren't restricted to charging the amount that the council may approve.
Yes. As they can charge, I'm sure that's right. They can charge an addition. As far as we're concerned, this is what they will get. They are paid at least, as it were.
Yeah.
And from a system cost perspective, that's all we're concerned with. So what is paid out from a system cost point of view is fixed per service. And so if the entry of a new provider it leads to an increase in utilization, the amount of fees paid under the system will increase. Now, in terms of what those fixed fees are, we don't have the regulations before us, but none of this is contentious. And Dr. Soares, in his first affidavit, I'll just for your note, I'm not asking you to turn to this, it's at B15, paragraph 11. The last sentence of the paragraph he explains how insurers reimburse providers, quote, according to pricing listed in the prescribed SHB reimbursement schedule maintained by government.
But why should it be assumed, Mr. Adamson, that if a new provider such as Dr. Soares enters the marketplace, that's going to lead to an increase in, say, the number of MRI scans that...
That's a separate point. I appreciate that. I mean, that's the argument about supply and demand. I appreciate that.
Well, either the patient needs an MRI or he doesn't.
That's the argument. That's one of the arguments in the case, that they couldn't, but in a perfect market, you would only, the amount of demand will be fixed by the health of the population, and demand does not react to additional supply unless it's medically indicated. That's one of the arguments. All I'm saying is, assuming there is an increase.
And do you accept that argument?
No, I do not. And it's not expected.
And why don't you?
Because all the literature, which we'll come to, says that in the healthcare market, it's not a perfect market, and you increase supply, you increase demand. And Bermuda is one of the highest, has some of the highest diagnostics in the world. We'll come to it. It's in the affidavit.
Right.
The evidence is, and from the experts, is that it does not work like that. The ideal world is not the real world. But we'll come to that. That's the advice from the experts.
Right.
But turning back, putting aside the argument about the supply demand, the ideal world, if utilization does go up because of the fixed fee system, you have an increase in cost of the system. And this appeal concerns an application to change the plumbing by adding an additional pipe, additional services. And the main control by the council of the system in terms of supply and the piping is through its control of approvals, in particular approvals of outpatient services in this context. And that's all under the Health Insurance Act. I'm not going to ask you to turn that act up, it's at tab 25, but it's under the regulations under the Act, which is at tab 26, which I will ask you to turn to. And the relevant regulations at tab 26, and you'll see that these are regulations under the Health Insurance Act. And Regulation 1 states, subject to these regulations, standard health benefit shall consist of the inpatient services specified in Regulation 2 and the outpatient services specified in Regulation 3. Regulation 3 is the one which concerns us, outpatient services. Standard health benefit shall include the following outpatient services. And if I ask you to simply skip over to the next page, and you'll see Roman numeral 14, and it states diagnostic imaging services provided by a diagnostic facility, which is registered under the Public Health Act, which is approved by the council, that's the approval, and in respect of which the reimbursement rates have been approved by that council. So this is a highly regulated structure, and as I say, it's all set out in the ruling. But there are just the 2 points I would emphasize. First of all, the fixed fee nature of the system, at least in the context of diagnostics, and the lack of competition as regards price from a system perspective. And secondly, and this is important, that the hospital is dealt with slightly differently to all other outpatient providers. The hospital is not paid on a per service model. It is paid by way of a block grant. And that was brought in through other complicated amendments to the Health Insurance Act, is section 3A and 3B, no need to turn to them. This is all set out in my skeleton at page 16, and the references to the block grant are in the papers. And we'll come to it in due course. It's set out in Dr. Brathwaite's third affidavit and in the various documents I'm going to take you to in a moment. But the hospital is not funded through the same model. It has a block grant. Now, with that legislative background, if I could take you to the internal policies which are relevant to this appeal. And again, they're set out by the learned judge, so I can take things rather quickly.
Forgive me, the standard health benefits are set out in the Act. So if you want a new standard health benefit, you have to amend the Act to.
You could not be included in standard health benefit system as a provider. You cannot provide something which is not set out in the regulation. But if you,
Right.
that's not what we're concerned with here, because diagnostics is and has always been contained in the regulations.
Yeah,
So
I see. Yeah.
if we then turn to the policies, and these are set out in binder C. And if we turn first to the proposal guide, which is a C1, and this is the guidance for providers. And the section 1 sets out the purpose of the document, its guidance for the application process, and for health providers to understand. Under section 2, the definitions, you'll see secretariat is the health council staff that carry out day-to-day functions and operations as directed by the CEO. And standard health benefit, package of insurance benefits, standard premium rates, the monthly premium or cost of SHB and MRF, that's the mutual reinsurance fund, out of which incidentally comes the block grant paid to the hospital. And then he sets out at section 4, the various committees, the SHB review committee. 4.2, the purpose is to review application and give in principle approvals, recommending benefits to be priced by actuaries during the annual SPR setting process. Based on the actuarial review, recommendations are included. This is really what happens for what we call full year applications. which is the main type. And then 5, the Health Technology Review Committee. These are subject matter experts. 5.1, ad hoc committee with subject matter experts. So these are independent of the council. They're not employed by the council or anything like that. They are subject matter experts invited to participate. And then 6, background. SHB forms the base of all health insurance packages provided by local insurers and improved schemes. As an essential benefits package, employers are mandated to provide it to their employees, and insurers are obligated to reimburse for the benefits which are included. Individuals eligible for subsidy have a percentage of this benefit paid by government as prescribed by the SHB regulations. For partially subsidized individuals, services will be reimbursed at subsidized percentage. And if the individual is insured, the supplemental insurance will cover the remaining percentage. Non-subsidized individuals' coverage is paid for as part of their total monthly insurance premiums. And then, sorry.
Just before, item 5 at page C5 refers to the Health Technology Review Committee.
Yes.
Is that the same as the Health System Capacity Review Committee?
Yes, I mean it's the same as the committee which we will see deals with the well, when I say this, let me be careful. It is the this is the body which the minutes of which are at C89, which I believe is the reason for your question.
389, just a moment.
C89, yes.
C89.
And you see topic subject Health System Capacity Review Committee. So this is it's the same committee.
It is. I'm sorry, to somebody who's not familiar with the system, having the same committee having different names is not helpful.
No.
That's fine. And that's presumably the same as the Health Technology Assessment Committee, is it?
Now you have me. I'm trying to see where that is referred to.
Well, if you go to B91,
The B91. That's the Standard Health Benefit Review Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong reference.
Well, we'll go through all the committees, my Lord President.
I'm sorry, I wasn't as daft as I sounded. If you look at B91, item 4, it refers to the Health Technology Assessment Committee.
You're entirely right. That is the same. So they're using
all these 3 are the same, although they have 3 different names.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So far, so good.
Yes. So there is only, these are the, shall we say, external experts committee.
Yes.
That. If I can bring you back to C6, we're back in the guidance document, and I've gone through the background at 6.1, and again, it is quite complicated stuff, the interplay, but that's the summary. But I was going to take you to 6.2.
Yes.
As the base insurance package meaning it's the essential healthcare package for the population. The SHB has 3 main goals: 6.2.1 access, and and there's lots of reference to access as an important factor, and obviously my learned friends are. And then 6.2.2 affordability, and that sets out a point I've already made. The benefits included in this package are priced based on community rating process. The benchmarked utilization costs of the benefit are divided by the total insured population which reduces the cost per person. For example, if utilization of the benefit is estimated at 500,000 for the total insured population of 50,000, that cost is divided. If utilization of a benefit is estimated at $1 million, the cost per person would be $20. The community rating provides a large pool of funds to cover. The more expensive the benefits, or the greater the utilization of benefits, the higher the cost per person. So a great deal depends upon utilization and expected utilization, and thus the demand and the supply. And then quality, obviously another feature. And then based on an ongoing review process and actuarial modelling, reimbursement rates of select approved SHB are determined by the Health Council, and some service of fees and so on, all that fixed fees. And then 7, the application process, the types of approval. There are 2 types: approval to provide an existing benefit and approval to add a new benefit. We are dealing with an existing benefit, so this is a benefit already being provided in the system. So that's what we focus on. During the annual review of SHB, that's the annual cycle, benefits may be added or removed. As we aim to ensure inclusion only of the most cost-effective and clinically proven essential services. An application requirement, 7.2. The following must be submitted for both types of approval listed above. So they have to be provided to provide an existing benefit. The first blue box is all about governance issues in the facility. And the second blue box is what concerns it. Note, for the application for approval to provide an existing benefit, applicants will be asked to provide information about the following: suitability, description of quality controls, indicators that demonstrate how the service has increased accessibility and quality care for patients. That's a point emphasized by my learned friend. Whether the applicant currently provides a benefit. And then lastly, the need for additional providers to be approved to provide this benefit. Can I emphasize that last one? The need for additional providers to be approved. So in other words, does the system need an additional provider? And that...
Well, just a question arising from that, Mr. Adamson. I mean, if everybody provided the same service, one could see that there might not be a need. But it's right, isn't it, that the equipment that is provided by, for instance, 1, the hospital, 2, Bermuda healthcare providers, and 3, Dr. Soares, assuming he would be able to get approval, they are not of the same efficacy, are they?
Again, that was an issue considered by the experts, which we'll come to, and considered by the SHB committee, and they decided not. So
decided that they
decided that there was no need, and they considered the argument, which you're.
No, but, are you able to answer my question? Whether there are.
The argument, the question I believe is Dr. Soares is saying, well, I have additional equipment which the other providers do not have. For example, larger scanners to deal with larger people and so forth. And that's something.
And Dr. Soares says, for instance, in relation to his MRI equipment, it isn't of the old-fashioned sort where people are put in tubes.
Yeah, exactly. So there is, as it were, a nuance between the need for diagnostic services, full stop, and the need for diagnostic services of a particular type or modernity. And Dr. Soares is arguing, well, there is a gap in the market for my equipment. My equipment is better, and my equipment does things which the other equipment does not. And so that's one of the arguments put forward by Dr. Soares, as we'll see in his application, and which you're referring to, I believe. Right. And that's an argument considered by the experts.
Yeah.
But there's certainly, yes, in terms of need, you could say, well, is there a need from a systemic point of view for diagnostics, or is there a need for a particular MRI machine? Yes, that is an issue which we'll come to. And then we can go over the page, we see the application review process. The application at 8, applications must be made prior to July of each year for consideration of approval for 1st of April of the following year. i.e. completed applications and all accompanying documentation must be submitted by 1st July 2018 to be considered for addition to SHB for 1st of April 2019. And then 8.2, applications may be considered mid-year, and this is what is called the key mid-year criteria. The applications may be considered mid-year if there is documented evidence, and obviously the word documented is there for a reason, that they, one, will not have a negative impact on the cost of SHB loss ratios, two, will reduce cost to the system, so they have to demonstrate they will reduce cost, and three, will not impact utilization. The documented evidence, they will not impact utilization. So 3 requirements, all relating to the same thing. They all, in a way, overlap to a degree, but the fact that they are put in 3 different ways, and the fact that the requirements for documented evidence demonstrates the concern that the provider must be clear and persuasive in showing why a mid-year will not throw the SHB budget or have any, there's no risk of the SHB budget being thrown a kilter. And then 8.3, we go back again to the usual application process, which is for full year applications, the normal applications, i.e. not the mid-years. And we see various steps, and you see there's a timeline. Applications are received and reviewed. HTR, that's health technical reviews, will be conducted. SRC will blindly assess all applications, applying APEX methodology, Appendix 3 and 4, which will come to objective evaluation. Committees will determine in principle which proposed benefits and provider approvals be sent for actuarial pricing, so actuaries. Following actuarial review, and that D, the SRC will agree to forward options for new approvals to the minister, so ministerial involvement, including the recommendations for an individual benefit impact to the SPR. Following actuarial review, the SRC will agree on which providers to approve for provision of an existing benefit. And then it goes through SPR changes approved by the legislature. SHB fee schedules are updated to reflect changes. It's a complicated system, an iterative process involving ministers, actuaries, and so on. And then appeal process, applications can be denied at any stage, explanation can be provided in writing, any grievances can be handled through appeals process, see below. And then just going over, if you can, to...
why does it say directly to the CEO? He's just the addressee, in effect, is he?
Yes. He's acting as secretary in all, we say. Because, yes. And then if I can ask you to turn over to...
Just pausing there for a moment. Assume that you're an incumbent provider and assume that you want to continue as you have for the past 5 years, that is to say, providing identical services, none of which are new to the standard benefit system. You still have to go through this process, do you?
Yes, your provision goes through the entire actuarial modeling of the cost of the SPR. It's all included. The difference is, of course, you will not need to show the need for additional providers to be approved for this, to provide this benefit, because you're not an additional provider. You won't need to do that.
You're an existing provider because you've already been approved.
Yes. And Appendix 2, SHB assessment guiding principles, criteria for proposed benefit to be eligible, medically necessary, and all this so on. Assessment questions, so this is all guidance, of course.
I'm at
C9. I'm sorry, Lord President, I've moved across to the Appendix 2, which was referred to in the step plan we just went through. And this is Appendix 2, more guidance on how we assess. And I'm C9, and I'm looking at halfway down the page, assessment questions. And for the application for approval to provide an existing benefit, applicants will be asked to provide information about the following: and it's again, it's just a repeat of what we've seen: suitability, quality controls. What do you provide the benefit already? Again, so that's obviously helping. If you're just going back for, shall we say, reapproval, you need to tell them, because obviously then there may not be so much scrutiny. And then the need for additional providers to be approved to provide this benefit. Now, again, that only applies to new entrants, but you need to show, why is there a gap in the market? Why is there a need for an additional provider of this benefit?
So just a moment, let me just understand that. Be it assumed that you're if you're an incumbent provider of an existing benefit, you have to show the first of those three matters, but you obviously don't have to show the fourth. If you're a putative new provider, you've got to show the need for an additional provider. So if there are three people who are providing a particular service, and that provides a sufficient service for everybody who needs it in Bermuda, there's a bar on any additional provider coming in, is there?
It's much more difficult. And this is one of the...
Sorry, what's much more difficult?
It's more difficult for a new entrant to go through, because they have to show that requirement. So I'm agreeing with you, Lord President. I'm sorry.
So there is, this is really quite important, because this appears to have the effect of a monopoly.
It is not a level playing field.
No.
This is not a competitive market. This is not an open market. This is a regulated market where incumbents do have the advantage, because any new entrant must need to show a gap. And
so I'm sorry, that's a delicate use of language, but it is a monopoly unless you can show a gap.
A monopoly suggests there's only one provider, and in Bermuda, obviously, you've got.
It's a monopoly for a group of providers.
It's definitely yes. It is not a level playing field. It's a regulated market. It's a closed market unless there's a gap, and the no doubt. And this criterion, by the way, has never been challenged as irrational or unlawful. This has never been subject to any challenge.
No, I just wanted to understand what the criterion was.
No, but it's exactly that. But the policy rationale for this is rather, I would say, plain. This in the healthcare market, you're making long-term investments. If you're subject to a competition every year, a beauty parade, would you really invest a large amount of money in health equipment if you could be removed from the main system every year? Well, you probably wouldn't.
Well, Dr. Soares has done exactly that without having been in an approved position.
Yes, he did that, and the reason we have this guidance is to ensure everyone knows how the system works and what the requirements are. And if you're a new entrant, you will need to show a gap in the market, a need for an additional provider. And so you're being warned. This is how this market works. You can provide your services outside the SHB system. But if you want to work in the SHB system...
Which means that the patient pays the fee without reference to the system.
Yes, you of course, there's no... And you can always do that and invest, make whatever investments you wish. But if you want to move into the SHB system, you will need to show a need in the market, right. a gap, a need for an additional provider of this benefit, not just a particular piece of equipment, it's a benefit.
Mr. Adamson, can I just ask rather naively, that strikes me as deeply anti-competitive.
I mean, my lady, this is a regulated market, it's not a competitive market at all.
Right, thank you.
And we are not dealing with, shall we say, the sale of goods in a normal competitive open market with free market principles and Adam Smith at play. We're dealing with a state-operated closed market. It's more like in the same way in the UK, you can't just open up any hospital and say, I now want to compete with the NHS. I mean, that's a close. All health systems are essentially closed in this way. They're highly regulated because otherwise, one assumes people may not wish to make the long-term investments in facilities and clinics to provide the benefits and the real control of the. And of course, we all come, as it were, from a free market. We all believe in Hayek and Adam Smith and raised from that. And this all may seem rather odd, but it isn't in a regulated market. And that's why the fees are fixed, so that the monopolies, if you will, or the providers, the incumbents, can't gouge. Well, that's what we're there for, to stop that happening, to stop a closed market being abused. But this is not a free market. And indeed, my learned friend in his skeleton at paragraph 55 argues, and if you wish to raise it up, if you have the skeleton, he waxes lyrically on this point. For 55, the end result of the appellant's decision making is a stagnant medical services market, with annual expenditure of services that by design will not shrink, grow, improve, or decline until after the conclusion of the reform, the date of which isn't determinate. Because the whole system, as we'll see, is about to be totally overhauled. The appellant has thrust entire portions of the medical industry into a state of suspended animation to the benefit of incumbents. Now, he's making a slightly different point there. He's talking about, well, this is because of the reform taking so long. But his swan song to the benefits of competition, which is one of the points we'll come to, because Dr. Soares placed great emphasis on the benefits of competition and the need for, shall we say, fresh blood, but it misunderstands the nature of a regulated healthcare system and what the guidance says and has always said. And if I could, we were at C10. If I could just go back to the guidance, and you'll see the detailed scoring instructions at C10. This is how they're scored by the council and its various committees. There's score sheets. It's an assessment, polycentric judgment, of these applications. Now, all this is in the context of what we call the normal applications for full year. If you're doing a mid-year, you don't go through any of this. You don't go through this particular assessment.
Sorry, which page are you on, Mr. Adams?
My lady, I'm at C10. I'm going to be using the C references.
Yes.
So C10 and C11. So those are the bottom left and right.
Right, thank you.
So
When you say C, you mean binder C?
I mean binder C, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So C10 and C11, these are appendices to the guidance, you see. So we're setting out in exactly how we'll go through our decision making, trying to be as transparent as possible of our thought process and doing all this. And now, again, this is all what we do for a normal application, the sort of a full year, what we call it, the cyclical annual process of assessment. None of which this would not be done in relation to a mid-year, because there's no need, because the budget neutrality is assured.
So you've got to go through every health benefit, of which there might be 50, and answer questions A, B, and C.
Well, I'm sure in reality, if they tick the box saying the applicant currently provides a benefit and you're already in the system, then assuming you are still providing a good product, you're not you're not taking advantage of your incumbency and providing a terrible service. We've had lots of complaints. You are acting, shall we say, badly. Then one assumes the approval process will not take too long and you'll go through. But if, hypothetically, a provider who's already in the system is providing a terrible service, then it's possible then going through the assessment, it'll be poorly scored. And then when the minister considers the SPR, maybe the minister says, well, why don't we cut the SPR by cutting this benefit? Because it's a terrible product and it's a terrible service.
When you
all
say
these things may come into
when you
play.
say this benefit, what are you referring to? The service provided by a particular provider, or the type of service?
it's the benefits as set out in the regulations. So the regulation 3, which we looked at, refers to benefits. Sorry, it refers to services, which are the benefits. So it's diagnostics in the round rather than this.
So which page is that?
Well, it's the forgive me. I'm referring to regulation 3, but it does, to be fair, refer to standard health benefits shall include the following outpatient services. And the reference to benefits is not defined here. You're quite in the guidance. So what what you see is what, in terms of what is meant by the word benefit, it is the wider term, my lord. And I say that if you can keep a finger at where we are now at C11, and my lord, if I ask you to go back to C5.
Right.
And the and then if you go to C4, 4.2, the SRC reviews all applications recommending benefits to be priced. And we'll come.
Sorry, where are you looking at now?
I'm gone back in the guidance, my lord. This is to answer the question of what is meant by benefit. And I'm asking you to look at 4.2.
That's on
recommending
C4.
Benefits to be priced by actuaries. You don't price individual machines. You price the benefits, each of which has a code. Really, well, I mean, the word benefit and services may be used interchangeably.
Sorry, I'm lost now. I have C3.
Yeah.
I have paragraph 4 of the.
That's 3 is the internal pagination. But it's C4. Sorry, there's so many pages.
Sorry, C4 of the stamped on pagination.
That's why I'm always using that.
And we're looking at, well, I am too, and we're looking at regulation what?
No,
It's paragraph.
I think I just confused everyone by referring to regulation 3. Regulation 3 and the regulations, which you don't need to turn to. Stay up this page, my lady.
Well, where is regulation 3? Where will I find that?
Regulation 3 is in the joint authorities binder.
Right.
And it's a tab 26.
Yeah.
And it says,
okay, we've been there. We've been there already.
Yeah, you've been there. And in terms of what is meant by benefits, I'm saying within the guidance, what benefits means here is the services in the sense of diagnostic services rather than a particular MRI machine. And this
where do we get that from?
Well, I'm saying that's
paragraph 4.
Well, at 4.2, the SRC reviews all applications, gives in principle approvals, recommending benefits to be priced by actuaries. So that's in terms of, you don't price the use of a particular machine, you price, the use of diagnostics or the use of dialysis and the use of, and so on. They all have codes, which we'll come to in a moment. But it's not a granular definition. It's a broad definition of essentially the services. And then you see the same, the 6.1 forms the base of all health insurance packages as an essential benefits package. Essential benefits. It's being used in a wide term. And so the term throughout is being used in the sense of a benefit is the diagnostic imaging. It's a benefit. The use of a particular machine or the particular stethoscope, that is not. We're dealing here with the system perspective.
Can you tell me, just remind me, how many people, leaving aside Dr. Soares, who provide these diagnostic benefits? Under the PHP.
Provide outpatient diagnostic services.
Yeah.
The hospital provides it.
And one other or more than one other?
And then there are two other providers. Now, they both appear to have common ownership.
Yeah, so it's one in effect, is it? I mean, that's what I got from the evidence.
Yeah, the learned judge says at paragraph 7, I believe, well, I'll take you to it in a moment, that he treats that as a single provider because of the common ownership. But they both have, they are both considered by us to be, they're both separate legal entities, but both got, they've both been approved.
But they've got common beneficial ownership, have they?
Yes,
Yeah.
it appears so. We were dealing with my Lord Justice Bell's question of what does benefit mean here? Is it the granular use of the machine or the diagnostic service? If we were at C10 and C11, which were just the appendices, which sets out the score charts.
Well, well, I see that, but well, I only half see it. If you look at C10, it says you must rate each SHB proposal on the following criteria. And the criteria are set out in 2A, B, and C. Size of the risk, the importance of the health problem, the effectiveness of the intervention.
Yeah.
Christopher, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm not with you. I'm on C10 stamped page and I don't find the criteria I've got.
Size of the risk, to first bullet point, size of the risk to patients, importance of the health problem to the community at the top of the page.
Well, I must have, I'm on C10, bundle
Well, are
C.
you bottom left-hand corner, C10?
No, right, C10. Okay, I'll
That's
go
not
on the
right.
cloud and do it from there, don't worry. I'll go
No,
on.
well,
my lady, I think you're looking at because we put the C numbers on the bottom. The internal pagination may
Right, okay, it's okay, so it's C10 on the left-hand side of the page, okay,
correct, my
rather
lady.
than the 11,
Yeah,
what
that's
appears to be. Okay, that's what's confusing me. Okay, then I have it.
yeah.
Sorry, my
But
mistake.
getting back to what was confusing me, they'll have to rate each SHB proposal by reference to the 3 criteria which are set out at 2A, B, and C. But I don't understand what is meant by each SHB proposal.
Well, that is a proposal to provide an existing benefit or a proposal to add a new benefit. The proposal is being used there as a synonym for application. And as I emphasize, all these assessments are used for the annual cycle.
Yes.
They're not used for in the same way for a mid-year and therefore for this application. But I'm hoping to demonstrate we look at things from a systemic point of view and rather than from a machine or granular point of view. And this is on this point, though, that we go through a fairly in-depth cycle annually.
Yeah,
we did before the reform. It is also demonstrated by the next document, and that's at C13. So over the page, and this is the 40-step process which is carried out. Now you saw, well, I mentioned in the guidance, I referred you in the guidance to the step plan there, but that was very much a summary, a simplification. This is all the 40 steps we take. I say 40, it was just 40. And you see it's very in-depth, it's very iterative. If I can just highlight a few just to give you a flavor. C13, 9, determine SHB benefit priorities through data analysis and public consultation. 10, receive applications for additions or amendments to SHB and NRF, including codes. We'll come to the codes, utilization and proposed fees, benefits review committee reviews and recommends, benefit additions approved pricing, review of utilization data, clarify, and then we arrange presentation at 18 now, a presentation by actuaries for the minister, permanent secretary and council board, over the page 19, liaise with the minister. It's a highly interplay and iterative process with politicians and government, and it's all very exhaustive. But if I could just make the following points before we go to the next document from this, because we've as it were been dealing with the usual system to which the mid-year application process is the exception. It's sort of a side road to allow things in quickly without going through this exhaustive process, because they're so clearly and documented to be clearly budget neutral and beneficial, and there's a clear gap in the market and so on. That's an exception. This is the usual route, and it's just here to show you how exhaustive we all are and how we spend our time. But it's important to note here that there is no such thing as full year criteria. We've been dealing in the judgment, you'll see mid-year criteria, which is a reference to that paragraph saying you must show documented evidence about there will be a reduction in cost. There will be no increase in utilization. You saw that. That's mid-year criteria. A term has cropped up in my learned friend's skeleton of full year criteria, but somehow there's an equivalent full year criteria. I say that because at paragraph 52 of my learned friend's skeleton, at subparagraph E, he states that his client's application met the full year criteria, and he capitalizes those terms as if it's a defined term. And this is at page 12, it's paragraph 52E. But there is no full year criteria. This is a polycentric appraisal, and it goes through an iterative process with politicians. So it's not a checkbox. And secondly, you've already got my point that there is a requirement for full year, mid-year, every application to show a need for an additional provider. And of course, that's something which we say this application never did demonstrate, and that was a finding by the first committee. Now, having gone through the guidance, may I just take you to the next document, which is at C15, and this is simply a fact sheet, which gives a public fact sheet seeking to explain perhaps the inexplicable, i.e. the complexity of the system, to the public. And it's also setting out a change. This change is all about essentially how the hospital functions within the SHV system. So as if the system is not complicated enough already, an exception is being made for the hospital. And if I can just ask you to turn to section 4.
Sorry, what page, please?
And that's C16.
Right.
And it's you see paragraph 4, the concept of a global or fixed budget is internationally accepted. What are we talking about? The second paragraph, the move to shift the hospital's funding model to a global budget occurred in 2017 when subsidy was changed legislatively from fee for service, which is how everyone else, all the private sector people are paid for outpatient services, and to a block grant. So now,
sorry, where are you reading from?
So, my lord, I'm hoping you're at C16, and you are hoping you're at
C16.
paragraph 4, and then there's there's 2 paragraphs in that. There's, for example, the United States, and then underneath it, notably.
Oh, I see. Yes.
Yeah. Notably, the move to shift the funding model for the hospital to a global budget occurred in 2017, when subsidy was changed legislatively from fee for service to a block grant. And that change is set out in my skeleton. It's sections 3A and 3B of the Health Insurance Act. It's horribly convoluted because it's all to do with the mutual reinsurance fund. But that is the impact, is to change to a block grant. So the hospital's no longer paid fee for service. It's given a block grant. So in other words, its funding is immune from the vicissitudes of supply and demand. It's just given a large amount of money, but that provides a saving. And that will come up later because of some of the concerns raised about, well, is the hospital somehow biased, or anyone associated with the hospital is biased because they're also paid, they're somehow they're somehow impacted by a fee for service. That will come up later.
Yes.
And as I said, other than trying to explain what is otherwise hellishly complex, that is the point of that document. If we next turn to the appeals policy, and that's a C21, and again, there is internal pagination, but which you can ignore, but it's for C21 with the dashes. And it's simply what you'd expect to see in appeals policy. The policy establishes a formal mechanism for appeals handling, 1.1. It has the, I hope I can go through it a fairly fast clip. 6.4, members of the appeals panel will not include persons who are involved in the original decision-making, except where clinical expertise is required. In these instances, participation must be formally disclosed. So you shouldn't be involved, you must not be involved in the original decision. And then going through 8.5, it sets out, there's a table under 8.5 which sets out what you should, what the basis for appeal. And I just ask you to highlight C. You can add new material, facts, and information. So you can put in new facts, new information, if you believe it's necessary. And then 9 is the appeals process. If the Secretariat files the documents, the Secretariat has been defined already. It's the sort of the executive reporting to the CEO. 9.3, the appeals panel is comprised of the executive committee and the chairs of each of the board committees. The CEO serves as the secretary. And you can invite others as needed.
I mean, that's a strange provision, isn't it? One would expect that there would be a fixed body of people from whom the BHC would draw, but they can go out and pick anybody that they wish.
Yeah, I believe it's because of the technical nature of these issues. I mean, you do need to understand the industry. But yes, it's just, I accept it's slightly unusual. And 9.4, anyone involved in the initial decision of the Health Council is excluded from participating in the appeals panel. There may be circumstances which participation is required from someone involved in the initial decision, but in that case, they should not vote.
This is where the first appeal went wrong.
Yes, and we fully accepted that was an error. And as soon as it was pointed out, we apologized and had to do it again. But yes. And then we're nearly through this section. And the next document is C27. It's the governance policy. And I'm not going to take you to any particular sections. It's a lengthy document. It's what you'd expect to see. It's quite thorough, and it contains the usual provisions for ethics and governance and proper behaviour from a regulator.
Yes.
My lord, that is the policy documentation. There's another piece of background I wish to take you to before we turn to actually the meat of the appeal. And that is the fact that throughout this process, as it were, we're going to be looking at, there is in parallel a process of reform, which is going on, as it were, as a sidebar.
Why is that relevant to our decision on this case?
There's many criticisms made in the judgment about what took place and in 2019 because of the reform, and therefore it is relevant, and because we're criticized.
Why? You've already told us we've got to look at things as they were at the time. Why is it relevant, the fact they're trying to reform the procedures?
Because I, in order to cover my bases, my lady, I say both that the learned judge appears to have seen things through the rearview mirror, and secondly, his criticisms, and they are strong, of my client for what it did because of the reform in 2019, I say are deeply unfair. And so, my lady, I'll only take 2 minutes.
Sorry, I didn't understand that. They're deeply unfair because, in fact, your clients were reforming themselves.
They were the criticism made by my learned friend and by the judge is that in 2019 we did not treat the application which we're about to look at as a full year application and process it as a full year application and as a normal application, instead treated it as a mid-year. And the second criticism is that we should not only have treated it as a full year, but at the same time considered all the incumbents in the usual way we would as part of a cycle, and then look at them all in the round, treat them both all equally, treat them as it were as a beauty parade if there was any concerns about overcapacity, and decide which one was best. And we didn't do that, A, because we treated it as a mid-year application and it went therefore down a different processing route. And secondly, we did not carry out any of the usual SPR analysis in the latter part of 2019, and instead said to all the incumbent providers of all outpatient services, we're going to simply carry you over because we don't need to go through this exhaustive, expensive 40-stage process when due to the reform. And we're criticized for doing that. And if I may, I just want to take you to
sorry, you still haven't answered my question.
Why is it relevant?
Why is it relevant to look at what they were doing by way of reform in circumstances where we know we've got to look at the position as it was at the time of the challenge decisions?
And my only answer to that, my lady, is I fully accept it. I accept the premise of your question. The only way I can answer it is by saying
there isn't a premise. I just want to know why it's relevant.
Because all I can say is because the learned judge believes it was.
Right. Okay. What paragraph, please, where he says it's relevant?
If we go to the judgment, and if we can turn to page 102 of his judgment.
Yes.
Paragraph 102.
Yes. And these are the main paragraphs. These are the central paragraphs of the judgment. 102.
Oh, yeah. What paragraph or what page of his judgment?
So if you go to A52, my lady,
yeah,
you'll be in the middle of the judgment. And
yes,
this is the key section. Analysis on fettering of discretion is at paragraph 102 at A51. And you will these are the as it were the high point of the analysis. This is the analysis which goes to the heart of the appeal. Just to give you to go to your question though, 104.
Sorry, where is the point about the reforms?
The reform is to explain why we did things as we did in 2019. And your question is to me, why on earth is that relevant when we're dealing with a decision made in 2020? And I'm saying—
You said the judge was unfair in the way he characterized the reform.
No, in the way he characterized what we did in 2019.
What you did.
What we did because of the reform. And he criticizes us, for example, at 104, last sentence, it was commonsensical to receive the completed application in June 2019 as a full year, processed it accordingly. 105, the last sentence, what was required was for the BHC to accept the application as a full year and then consider it along with the applications of the incumbent providers and work through the detailed approval process.
Well, that's all to do with treating the mid-year application which Dr. Soares made as a full year application. It's nothing to do with the reform, is it?
The reason, but he's saying we should have we should have considered it as a full year when it was submitted, at the same time as looking at all the incumbent providers, which we would normally do in the cycle starting October 2019. And he's saying we should have done all those things, and it was irrational for us not to have done it, and we acted badly.
But
Now,
can I just be clear? When we're talking about the incumbent providers, are we talking about the hospital and the two other providers of these services under common ownership? Or are we talking about all providers?
I believe when he says incumbent providers, he's just referring to the other private sector provider the providers under common ownership. Whether or not we could have done that only for those rather than all the providers of application services is an intriguing question. But my lady,
wait a minute. What I understand you to be saying is the judge suggested that what ought to have happened is that the mid-year application should be treated as a full year application and considered along with all other relevant full year applications in relation to the relevant services. You say, no, that's not right. A, it wasn't a full year application, it was a mid-year application. And B, we weren't conducting full year applications in relation to incumbent providers because all that had been stayed because of the incohate reforms.
yes. And all I wish to do at this stage is just to take you, if I may, and I appreciate my lady wishes me to get to the point, is just to refer you to very briefly to what was going on in the reform, which is dealt with in a few paragraphs. Because I say the focus should be on 2020, but the learned judge focused, it appears, in 2019, and which was wrong. But I do wish to make it clear that we actually acted entirely rationally in what we did in 2019. So I appreciate as it were, what I say now, in a sense, is dealing with what I say is the wrong issue, what took place in 2019, which is what has that got to do with, as it were, the price of fish? But unfortunately, the learned judge does, and I don't want to follow him down to a rabbit hole, but equally, given the criticism, I do just wish to briefly explain what we were doing in 2019, because we are a responsible regulator. And so with that, can I just, and I will be brief, first of all, the reform cannot be overstated. The entire system is being overhauled. And can I just take you just to Dr. Brathwaite's third affidavit, B436, and it's only a few paragraphs, so I can be very quick. And his affidavit starts at B435. I just want to take you to paragraph 8, if I may. He says, in or about December 2018.
Just a moment.
Yeah, of course.
Paragraph 8?
Paragraph 8, B436. And now we're having to stare at the page numbers at the top. And paragraph 8, in or about December 2018, Ministry informed us, in light of anticipated reform, who wanted to wait for greater clarity as to likely structure before rebasing the SPR. She would rebase the SPR for the upcoming year, but then pause. The decision not to reset was the Minister's response to the reform. And then paragraph 17, moratorium was announced by us, by the Council, on March 2019.
Sorry, can you give me the page number again?
I'm going B435 is where the affidavit starts.
Thank you.
And my lady, I was reading out paragraphs 8 and 9. And then I was going to take
pause in the ongoing work by the ministry in managing the annual cycle.
Yep. And I was going to take you to paragraph 17 and 18, and that was it. And 17, moratorium was announced on 6th of March 2019. We'll come to the moratorium. On June 2019, the SPR came for that year, for 2019, came into effect, it would usually come to force in April, but the introduction of a new block grant structure for the hospital meant finalising SPR took longer. And then the council did not follow or start the usual process for the 2020 year, i.e. to rebase the SPR for the year commencing April 2020. We decided not to start the process because we were informed that the SPR was not going to change. And existing service providers had their approvals carried over. And that's it.
Well, that's not much good for people who are trying to apply in the meantime, is it?
No, it isn't. I mean, the moratorium means you can't enter into the system unless you get an exception. And as you'll see in this case, we granted an exception to Dr. Soares because he put in an application from mid-year and therefore we considered it. But
you granted the exception because his application was made the day that the moratorium was announced.
Exactly. And with that introduction as regards background, can we turn to the documents? I'm alive to the fact it's now 10:30. Would you like to shall we carry on, or would you like to take a mid-morning break at this stage? Shall we carry on till 11?
Yes, I'm happy to carry on, subject to the views of my brethren.
I think we should carry on.
Yeah. Okay.
With that introduction, can we turn to the documents again using the C binder? Now, in terms of the facts, there are 6 steps. The first step is a moratorium is issued, and we see that at C45. And you see the document, Health Council reviewing the SHB programs, what initiatives.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. It takes a little time to get to these documents, particularly because of the various different paginations. I need to get to C45.
And again, looking at the bottom numbering.
I know where it is, just doesn't, unless you turn the pages, it doesn't appear. Yes.
The other problem is that the bundling at the top, even though one is in the C bundle, is a B bundle.
Those are reference, yeah, those are references to the B, so we can go, you can see where they come from in the record. But I appreciate it can be confusing. C45 is simply the document announcing the moratorium. The moratorium uses the reform, second paragraph, to ensure that any updates to the programme align to outcomes through the reform strategy. A moratorium will be placed on all providers submitted HSB applications for new services until further notice. And then
wait. That refers to a moratorium for all providers submitted applications for new services. That presumably means new services that aren't already part of the standard health benefit, does it?
No, it is for both types of services, for the introduction of new services, which will have to come through regulations or what have you, or for provision of new existing services, or new services rather, which are already being provided by others under the SHB. It covers both. But it doesn't matter because we lift the moratorium, and over the next page, C47, there's a letter from the Health Council to Dr. Soares' then lawyer, Mr. Potts, and it says, your client have appealed against our decision to impose a moratorium. Such SHB applications are considered by the Council in accordance with our published SHB proposal guide policy, which we looked at. The policy provides that applications should be received by July 1 to be considered for approval the following April, although provision is made for approvals mid-year. The Minister of Health is currently undertaking a wide-ranging review of coverage, SHB coverage, as part of ongoing reform. It's anticipated that a fully redesigned SHB package of services will be announced later this year to commence April 2020. And of course, the reform takes far longer because, and of course, we're not responsible for that. The reform's being spearheaded by the ministry. But we, at this stage in time, we believe it's all going to be done and dusted fairly soon. Any current SHB applications would and will therefore fall to be considered under a redesigned SHB package. These details and contents are unclear. The Council has put in place a moratorium, therefore, has no objection to making exceptions in appropriate cases. Given your client's application was received on 6 March, same day, happy to make an exception here. Client's application that be considered for approval in accordance with the policy. Given the normal time limit for making an application is 1 July, if clients have further information, please provide it by then.
Yes, I'm sorry. You dismissed what I was saying in relation to C45 on the very grounds that it didn't matter because there was an exception very soon after. But if one goes back to C45, which announces the moratorium, there are, as it seems to me, 3 different situations. One is when there's an application that there should be some new service, which is not an existing SHP service. The other is that there should be an application in relation to existing SHP services made either by an existing provider or a new provider. In terms, the memorandum only deals with the first, namely provider submitted applications for new services.
Well,
I mean, it may be that in
depends.
practice that the Health Council dealt with all 3, but it's not actually what it said.
Well, new services was intended to cover both an application for an entirely new service not covered by SHP, and also the provision of an existing service, but by new provision of that service. And that was the intention, and that's because
Sorry,
both.
and an existing service by new provision, what do you mean by that? Do you mean a new provider or simply a provision in I don't understand.
A new provider of an existing service.
Well, what about an existing provider of an existing service?
If it would be, then that moratorium would apply to them as well.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah.
I understand that. All I'm saying to you is that the Health Council has applied the moratorium to the whole lot.
Well, it doesn't apply.
Whereas if you look at what it said announcing it to health service providers, it only dealt with one of the 3 categories. It may not matter, but
most of the moratorium doesn't apply to, shall we say, incumbents wishing to carry over the current approval. The moratorium is.
It does, because they haven't had to reapply.
It's not a new service.
No, what happens, as I understand it, is that in relation to, if you're an incumbent provider in relation to an existing service, you have to reapply each year.
Yeah.
What has in fact happened is that the incumbent providers of existing services have not had to apply each year.
They are carried over as part because of the reform, as we've just seen from Dr. Brathwaite. Yes.
Yes, the answer to my question is yes.
Yes, but I believe where I'm hoping I'm not. That is not the moratorium. Is to do with new services, and if an existing provider who's already given, like for example, the hospital is providing outpatient services, for example, or one of the another private sector is providing dialysis, the moratorium does not apply to applications for them for reapproval, because that would not be for them a new service. It would not be for the system a new service. It would not be a new pipe.
The moratorium does not apply to them. I'm now getting hopelessly lost. Assume that I was a provider of an existing service in the year 2019 to 2020. In relation to the year 2020 to 2021, did I have to apply for continued approval?
The moratorium did not apply to you at all.
So I did apply.
But so at this point in time, you would have had to go through the usual SPR cycle, because the moratorium only applies in relation to people wishing to add to the system. Later in the year, at some indefinite date, we basically tell all the incumbents we're not going to carry out the cycle. And that's so Dr.
That happened at a later date.
Yes, and that's Dr. Brathwaite. So Dr. Brathwaite at paragraph 8 talks about the moratorium in March, and paragraph 17 says, and later we decided to carry over. So
when was the date of that? When was the date of that, please?
Well, it's towards the end of the year. We don't, because we did
There
not
must
think
be a record of the date. It must be a matter of record.
I believe it's we can find out the precise date for your ladyship, but I believe it was December 2019 or something like that. We inform all the incumbents we're going to grandfather you over.
Dr. Brathwaite covered it in paragraph 17, 18, 19, but he didn't actually give that date.
He doesn't provide a date. We didn't think it was relevant. We can get it if you believe it is, but it is as it were a separate decision due to the reform. So there is, going back to the C bundle, if I may, there's a moratorium. It does apply to anything Dr. Soares wants to do. Dr. Soares, but we give an exception to him while explaining, well, we're hoping to do all the reform quickly and so on. And please give any further documents as soon as you can.
I'm terribly sorry. Well, I'll stop this in a moment. But you said the moratorium applied to Dr. Soares.
It would have applied.
But he wasn't making an application for new services. He was making an application that he should be able to provide existing services.
The moratorium was clearly intended to cover both types, i.e. someone wanting to add a new service never before part of the SHB, and also anyone wishing to add to the system, i.e. anyone wanting to suddenly provide dialysis services which where they were not providing them before. That was what intended by
so that would be Dr. Soares would be that second category.
Yes.
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 So although it says for new services, what was intended, although not stated, was new services or a new provider of existing services.
Yes.
Yeah.
Precisely, my lord. And no point is taken on this, but you're entirely.
I know that no point is taken on it, but I need to understand what on earth was going on.
Yes, that you've summarised it, I believe.
Right.
So he was covered by the moratorium.
Yes, he would otherwise have been covered, but we lift it for him as an exception, and right. Because the timing was such that it would no doubt have been rather unfair not to. And his application is C49.
Yes.
And if we turn to that, it's dated June.
Sorry, we don't actually have. I mean, C47 gives an application received on 6th of March.
Yeah.
That's not in the bundle, is it?
No. So what we did is he sent in a revised version in June, and that is the version which we considered.
And we don't know how it differs from the earlier one.
No, I believe they're both mid-years, but we dealt with the one, we were asked to deal with the one which we have at C49.
Okay.
Right.
This is what was before the decision makers. And introduction, our intention to move to Burnaby Street. So that's the move, and the facility will be in Burnaby Street. And there's a reference to the overburdened emergency department, because part of this is to do with acute care, but it doesn't concern the council. And then Centre will offer diagnostic equipment, and that does. And then over the page, if we may, C50, it talks about the benefits in terms of services and access, reduction to the cost of local healthcare. You have urgent care, doesn't concern us. Medical imaging on the next page does concern us. Bermuda patients very much desire alternative options to the hospital and Bermuda Healthcare Services Brown Darrell, which currently only 2 facilities offering MRI and CT. Increasing the number of options will provide better service and more competitive pricing. The medical quasi-monopolies which currently exist in Bermuda, whereby only a restricted number of facilities are allowed to offer certain services, and that's SHB, removes all competitive incentives to provide better and more convenient services at lower prices. There's an erroneous belief held by some that increasing the number of MRIs, CT scanners, and other components and medical testing would increase utilization. This is contrary to the very tenets of supply and demand and the accepted view of forces acting in any economy. So that's the sort of Adam Smith ideal world argument. Indeed, utilization will not and cannot increase as long as only medically indicated tests are ordered. And my Lord Justice of Appeal Bell made that very point to me in open. Only if other forces operate can utilization increase as a result of additional facilities. If indeed this has historically been found to occur, it's probable that other incentives might be at work, and he suggests that there may be other facilities doing kickbacks, but without naming anything. or financial incentives, and he says, well, that won't apply to him.
Yeah.
And then equipment, he sets out the open MRI, which is a more modern MRI, CT scanning, more modern equipment, mammography, and so on. And then over the page, C54, necessity of approval. He says it's important to his facility, and he quotes the proposal guide at the next page, C55. The SHB proposal guide states in section 6.2, access, affordability, and equality, and he focuses on access. Obviously, having greater access will be of benefit to many patients. And mid-year approval is in highlight. It's obviously bold. It requested that this application be considered mid-year as per section 8.2 of the proposal guide, in that it will not, bold, will not have a negative impact on the cost of SHB loss ratios, and it goes through. It doesn't mention the other part of the key mid-year criteria, which it must prove that it will reduce the cost. It only impacts upon that aspect. It actually, you will call the mid-year criteria 3 components, all overlapping. It focuses on the one which, as it were, believes it's more favorable. And then the centre will rely upon outside referrals, and it will not pursue any financial incentives for referrals. The centre is solely seeking approval for existing SHB benefits, which are already included under SHB, not new benefits. As discussed, the urgent care centre will be seeing patients that's the urgent care, which doesn't concern us. So those are the 2 arguments for the imaging. And as suggested by Dr. Brathwaite, he talks about Dr. Brathwaite, and he sets out the utilisation codes, which we'll look at in a second. And it is going down, apologies for going at a fast clip, penultimate paragraph. It is therefore request the application be considered as mid-year and for immediate eligibility for coverage. And please consider us, given the reform, consider us in any future structure. And then the rest is.
Well, just a second. You said it didn't deal with reducing cost, but doesn't the last paragraph of 2, given the above, the centre will not increase costs to HHB and will in fact serve to lower healthcare costs as outlined?
Yes, the numbers therefore do not represent an increase. He's saying he'll be taking market share from others, and it will not be adding to demand. The numbers therefore do not represent any increase in the number of tests, given the centre will not increase costs for SHB, and will in fact serve to lower healthcare costs. So it is there is the assertion there, my lord. You're quite right.
Yeah.
And then at C73, this is an appendix, and here you have all the services or benefits which will be provided, and they're all got codes. These are all standard healthcare codes. You will see MR, orbit, face, neck, and so on, and the cost. These are all the fixed costs and projected amount, projected costs, and this essentially is the revenue which he expects to generate through the SHB system in a year, and it amounts, if you add them all up, to several million. But that's all what is expected to be generated on the fixed cost.
Where is that shown, Mr. Edison?
Oh, it's at C. It's an appendix to the document, and it's at C75. It starts. It goes on
75.
C75 up, and it's a table.
Yeah, I see it.
It goes on to C84. So the first step was the moratorium and the lifting of it. The second step is the application, which we just looked at. One contextual note: the clinic is not built yet. It won't be built until January 2021. But they're seeking, as it were, approval in advance. And the note.
Clinic not built yet as of 2019.
Correct. It's built in January 2021. Paragraph 12 of the judgment gives the date.
Right.
Now, stepping back then, does this application demonstrate a need for a new provider or of this service? Is there a gap in the system? The argument essentially is that he's got better equipment, which may help certain people, but there's no analysis of how many people will be helped, whether people are going untreated due to the lack of this particular equipment.
He says there's the public will greatly appreciate and overwhelmingly utilize this facility as there is a genuine need for such in Bermuda.
Yeah, so the issue for the regulator is whether that assertion is sufficient to meet the requirements in the policy.
What about page C50 and the services there?
That's urgent care unit, or sorry, above.
Well, the services at 1 to 6 on page C50. Doesn't that demonstrate that there's a need?
Well, is there a need in the system for additional diagnostics, or is there a need for diagnostics in the city of Hamilton at a convenient centre with a particular piece of equipment?
And in that regard, Mr. Adamson, it should perhaps be mentioned that both the hospital and the other facility, Bermuda Healthcare / Brown Darrow, are outside the city of Hamilton.
Yes. So the argument, no doubt, is, well, you should look at the need issue, the need for additional provision of of diagnostic services on the basis of there is a need for additional diagnostic services in Burnaby Street, rather than saying, is there a need for additional diagnostic services in the SHB system? Can the system cope with the current provision? And so do you look at it from a granular analysis, or do you look at it from a system basis?
Well, what about B2 or C51? Second bullet point. They will seek to avoid the inordinately long wait time.
Yeah, well, we'll come exactly.
Which is the unfortunate norm.
That is a point considered by the experts. Is there a lack? Is there a need? Because Dr. Soares says there is. Look, there's wait times, and indeed we'll come to it. He says the wait times are up to 6 weeks, and obviously the experts consider: what is the capacity level in the current market? So we'll see what the experts say in terms of the issue of system need in a moment. And so I had been saying, stepping back, does the application demonstrate a need for a new provision of the service? And does it demonstrate with documented evidence that there will be no increase in utilization and indeed a reduction in cost? Is there documented evidence? You have clearly an assertion, a statement of belief. If I can then take you to step 3 and what took place, and step 3 is it's considered by a panel of experts going under various names as my Lord President pointed out, and that's at C89. And there is an analysis. They look at business risks provided by adding this service or the new provision to the system. And 2.1, it was noted that the company would likely increase diagnostic imaging testing volumes, and relevant factors include unfettered ability to self-refer, significant burden on a company requiring high utilization levels to be sustainable, no payment barriers to encourage accountability. If the facility is not accredited, imaging may need to be repeated. And then they go 2.2, unavoidable unchecked risks, inappropriate self-referrals as a risk. Now, no one is suggesting that Dr. Soares is anything other than an ethical doctor, but self-referrals, as we'll see, can cause in the industry a known uptick in testing. It goes through, it's quite lengthy. 2.8 is a reference to fragmentation. The company not expected to improve the fragmented nature of the health system. Increased service dilution has made it difficult for the hospital to retain staff and meet accreditation requirements. There's a reference there in other words to the hospital. Difficult to see. It goes all the way through in terms of risk factors to the system of the addition of the clinic. And then as to the actual questions of need, 2.12, the committee reviewed the company's proposed services and equipment. They posited the following. MRI not typically urgent in the outpatient setting. Council and hospital data indicated that test utilization for available equipment was low and waiting periods were nominal. So that's based on data rather than assertion. Council and hospital data indicated test utilization was low and waiting periods were nominal. And we'll see the charts backing up this in a moment. Additional X-ray not needed as both utilizations were low. Mammography and CT appeared adequate in the current system. All the other equipment were underutilized.
Where's the evidence to enable the committee to reach these decisions?
Well, first of all, these are the experts from the industry. And second, if you go to C93, this is the data from Bermuda. C93, turn to page 62, you see diagnostic imaging claims expenditure, diagnostic, and over the page, you see diagnostic imaging claims utilization, DI claims utilization, you see this is all data from Bermuda. So they go through, they have the scientific data, and there's about 10 pages, 8 pages of charts where they go through.
And what is said in 212 is that the utilization is low, both for MRI, additional X-ray services not needed, so on and so forth.
Additional, yes, that's their conclusion based upon their analysis of the historic data, which is then exhibited. So it's based upon a, shall we say, scientific analysis.
So we can get that scientific analysis from pages 93 through 95, can we?
Well, I believe so. These are industry experts, and they're referring to industry data, and this is their conclusion. It's never been suggested that their conclusions on this are wrong. We've never had any information or evidence put forward to challenge it. No expert.
I just don't see anything which supports it, and I appreciate they're experts, and we're not. But you would have.
I'm sorry, I haven't gone through in terms of working out how it links up to their conclusions. I mean, these are their conclusions based upon data which is here. And if Dr. Soares wished to say, well, that data doesn't correlate, it doesn't 2 + 2 is not adding up, the data provided does not justify the conclusions, he would and could and should have put forward evidence and expert evidence to show what these guys are talking about, as he could under the appeals policy.
I'm slightly confused by this. There's a lot of stuff in this minutes of the meeting from C89 to 92, and there is attached to it various charts of diagnostic imaging claims expenditure and utilization for various different things. The minutes record that the meeting took, see page 89, but an hour. Some difficulty in understanding how the committee could have got through all this stuff in an hour.
Well, I believe they've given all the information in advance, and like, you know, all the data and the pack, and they would have reviewed in advance, as you'd expect.
Yeah. Okay.
Are drafts of the minutes provided in advance?
I do not know, my lady. I mean, these are external experts, and this is their report to us as external experts. I mean, I don't have the information of the draft minutes for this panel.
And does the evidence reveal who drafted the minutes?
No. But there's never been any suggestion of I mean, these are industry experts, but they're all identified in the evidence. Dr. Brathwaite identifies each of them. They're all eminent members of the industry, all independent from the council, taken from industry. They are from the private sector and so on. If you like, I can take you through the names and show you who they are.
We know that.
C127, aren't they? Because they were redacted originally, and
they were redacted due to concerns. We have confidentiality obligations as a criminal offence to reveal anything to do with the inner workings of the council. But we did, so we were hesitant at first to reveal the names, and then we did. So I'm not sure where I can take in terms of diving down into, this is their view, it is based upon analysis, and they are experts. And they deal with 2.13, the committee discussed the need for imaging modalities specifically for overweight or obese patients. It's one of the benefits of the new equipment is that it's very large. It can cope with people who are claustrophobic and severely overweight. And it was, going back to 2.13, it was determined that the population requiring accommodation for small, however that number may be growing, it was unclear to the committee if overweight patients were being sent overseas regularly for imaging studies. So they were not persuaded there was a need for, in the market for these particular modalities from a system perspective. And then 2.14, they go on to consider the benefits as put forward by Dr. Soares of the new equipment, and they consider all that.
Mr. Adamson, sorry, going back to the point in relation to the attendees, somewhere I seem to recall seeing a document which set out the areas of expertise of the individuals, or at least where they worked.
Yes.
Was that in Dr. Brathwaite's affidavit?
Yes, it is. Shall I give you the reference?
Yes, might be handy.
And forgive me if I have to find it. It's in his second affidavit, I believe. And if you go to B417, I believe it's set out. He sets out there.
I've got it. B417.
Yeah, but I think actually that is the
That's the second appeals panel.
That's the appeal panel. Sorry, it must be in the early affidavit. Forgive me. I believe it may be in correspondence. It may be. It's set out in I believe my skeleton. It's in my skeleton. The reference. Can I give it to you? And it's at paragraph 28 of his first affidavit. Let me give you the reference. Paragraph 28, and that's at B14149 150. At paragraph 28, and the technical committee constituted Bob Kennedy, Cheryl P. Ball, David Rogers, Fiona Ross, Keisha Tuckett, Tarika Smith, and Daniel Stubble, and myself and Cheryl aside, these individuals are not members of the council. They're external experts who understand the industry. We can give you the one of them, I believe, is like a very high up in Argus. They're all from the industry.
Yep.
Yes.
I believe I'm just going on to the recommendations at C92. This is recommendation for the experts. The committee did not recommend approval. Did not oppose the right for companies to operate in a wider health system. They could not identify significant innovation or novel health solution justifying the market entry, nor was it revealed any need for SHP supplemental insurance coverage, as it determined that Ireland already had adequate diagnostic imaging capacity. And as we'll see, Bermuda has some of the highest imaging capacity in the world and the highest per capita testing rates in the world. So this is the third step, is the panel of experts review, and which you've seen. And just in summary, one, it's extremely negative. Two, this is not a decision, it's advice. These are external experts who advise us. One of the key arguments is that the expert evidence was somehow irrational. That's one of the arguments raised, that this advice is when to be unreasonable. But it's odd that the attack is made on the advice, not the decision. But there you are. And the third point is the experts consider the issue of system need. They considered the arguments on the new modalities, the new equipment, specifically the argument raised, and they raised the issue of fragmentation. And this becomes quite a feature in this case. And fragmentation is the flip side of need. A market with a need for more provision is the opposite of a market at risk of fragmentation due to overcapacity. If there is a need, no overcapacity, no risk of fragmentation. If there is no need, and indeed overcapacity, there is a risk of fragmentation. So fragmentation is simply a logical extension of capacity issue.
What does fragmentation mean in this context?
It means that the service provision, like some service providers, the amount of where the service is conducted is so fragmented that each of the clinics gets so little that they basically can't survive, and they go out of business, or they need additional subsidy, and that poses a risk to the system. So if the market is you don't want it to be overly condensed, but you don't want it to be overly fragmented. We need to look, from a system risk perspective. But it is, as I say, really a correlation or a corollary of need, and why we do require new entrants to show, is there a need for this service? It justifies it.
But if, for instance, Dr. Soares, who has invested a great amount of money, no doubt, in his facility, if he finds that it's a poor investment, why should that concern the council?
It perhaps doesn't, but it may be a concern if all the providers, for example, go out of business because they're all scrabbling for a limited amount of business if there's too little for them, and there is therefore a system risk if they all go out of business. Now, it is a justifiable concern, and one of the reasons why the market is regulated as closely as it is. You just can't afford a system where there's any risk of all the businesses suddenly going out of business. Now, that might be a far-fetched risk, but it's there.
It sounds very far-fetched to me, Mr. Anderson, in circumstances where the providers are basically the hospital, which is government funded, and Bermuda Healthcare / Brown Darrow.
Yeah, well, and it's certainly not a feature which crops up. It's not relevant. I say it's not the substantial reason for the rejection of the application. It's a risk identified by the panel of experts. It's a risk which I say is simply a corollary of the need requirement, the need argument. You need to show a need to avoid fragmentation ever becoming an issue, if indeed it could ever be an issue. Now,
I'm sorry, just to pause. You said that you said that the experts dealt with the question of fragmentation.
yes.
Can you just tell me where they did that?
The at 2.8 they refer to fragmented. It's the
Oh yes.
yeah, I mean, it's not a major part of their conclusions. I only raise it because it becomes part of the argument later that this is an irrational consideration. But it's not the gravamen of what.
And it's actually quite hard to follow, given the very limited extent of service providers, i.e. hospital, Bermuda Healthcare.
Yeah.
So I don't actually understand how they could be concerned about the fragmented nature of the health system.
Well, it may well be. As I say, it's not the gravamen. It is an issue which is flagged later by the SHB committee. But there you go. It's not the essence of anything. So the now this is an expert report, and therefore it's done on the basis of those reading it are also within the industry. And at this point, may I just take you to Dr. Brathwaite's first affidavit, because he does seek to unpack, just give some context to their discussions. Now, Dr. Brathwaite's first affidavit starts at 145, B145, so I happen to ask you to flip, B145, and can I just ask first, do we just look at paragraph 4 of Dr. Brathwaite's affidavit, which sets out his own credentials. And you'll see he's got 15 years experience in healthcare. a PhD in health economics from Johns Hopkins, and in other words, extremely well qualified as an expert in his own right. And I've taken you already to parts of the affidavit which seek to explain the complexities of the system. But what I want to ask you to look at is paragraph 38. And I'll be asking you to read from 38 to 42. Would it be quicker just to ask you to scan that rather than require you to listen to my own dulcet tone?
No, we'll read it rather than you having to do so. Yes.
My lord, and paragraph 38, Dr. Brathwaite explained that, you know, in the industry, as it were, first of all, self-referral does, for whatever reason, mystical or what, generally lead from a system point of view to greater utilization. So if a doctor can self-refer, it generally does statistically. And second point he makes is that increased supply does increase demand. So this is not, in other words, a perfect market. Now, he says that, and Dr. Soares attacks his view or suggests that he should not have said that, and he criticizes him, and he does that at B282. No need to actually turn it up unless you wish to, but at B282, at paragraph 30, Dr. Soares in his second affidavit says, well, you didn't give any evidence for that, and therefore that's not fair. Because as you see in paragraph 38, Dr. Brathwaite doesn't cite any industry sources. He just says it's obvious, everyone knows this in the industry. So Dr. Soares takes him up on that. And so at B418, Dr. Brathwaite responds, and this is his second affidavit, B418, and again, for your note, but you can turn it up. Paragraph 15 of his second affidavit, he explains, look, this is 101 in the industry, and he cites various academic papers in the public domain. And then Dr. Soares responds to that affidavit.
Sorry, when you said this is 101 in the industry.
Sorry, I mean, everyone in the industry is aware of this, and he cites,
Yeah,
forgive me, I'm using a very colloquial term. Everyone knows, as a way, it is a known in the industry. Everyone knows it's basic. If you're an insider, this is how it works. And then so that's what he says, and that's at B418, paragraph 15 of the second affidavit, and he cites various academic papers. And then Dr. Soares responds, and his response is third affidavit at B427. He does not address that response. He does not present any evidence of his own.
Give me the reference, if you would, Mr. Adamson, to Dr. Soares' first response. I missed it. You gave it.
Of course. So we can turn to it. Dr. Soares responds to this paragraph, which we've been looking at, from Dr. Brathwaite's first, paragraph 38. Dr. Soares, in his second affidavit, responds to it at B282, paragraph 30. And then Dr. Brathwaite.
Paragraph 30?
Paragraph 30, yes. And I can just read it to you.
Which starts on 281.
Paragraph 30 is at page 281, paragraph 30. And he says, Dr. Brathwaite argues without evidence there's greater usage of services when providers can refer patients to themselves. He goes on to state, these points were also dealt with by Carrie Olson at the appeal. And he just says, but he's saying there's no evidence. And then, so Dr. Brathwaite, B418, responds, paragraph 15 is at B418, and says, look, everyone knows this, and he cites various academic papers, and there's no response to that at all. In particular, there's no expert evidence, no evidence of his own, no reference to that. Look, you are not, this is not true, and your expertise counts for nothing, and you do not know what you're talking about. None of that. So it's now, if we step back, we've just been looking at the expert advice, and in summary, the expert advice to the council is there's no need for additional capacity. Indeed, additional capacity could be a problem. Secondly, they do not advise that the introduction would be budget neutral. In their view, the risks are that there would be an increase and therefore a risk to the budget. That's the expert advice. It's now 10 past 11. I'm not doing so well on time, but would your lordships and ladyship like a break?
I think we'll have a 10-minute break.
My lord. Shall we return at 11:20 or
your time, yes.
My time? So that's
11:20.
11:20. 3:20. Yes. My lord, my lady, shall I proceed? Thank you. And so what we have, before we adjourn briefly, I was taking you perhaps rather exhaustively through the expert evidence or the expert panel's advice.
Yeah.
And now the fourth step is the committee, the SHB committee met to consider that advice in the papers, and we have that at C99. This panel met in December 2019. And you'll see the committee members too are introduced and who they are. Dr. Brathwaite's there, Dr. Miller. You'll see a Kayosi Lashkari, a radiologist at the hospital, is there. And then they set out the scope and the point of them being there. It's noted that there's a moratorium as a background, but it's certainly not one of the reasons for anything. It's just there. And application, but I should mention there's a reference to the moratorium in the sort of as a context, background and context, and I should point that out because my learned friend in the skeleton says, well, that therefore the moratorium was taken into account as an irrelevant consideration because of this 3.2. They say, well, but because there's a reference to it as a background fact, it's an irrelevant consideration. We'll come to that in my learned friend's skeleton. You see they just refer to the application background and the expert committee or the HTR committee. And as my Lord President pointed out, the name changes slightly. Mm-hmm. And then findings, so they set out what the application is and what had happened. And then findings, 5.1, committee found there's no data submitted to suggest there's currently a health system gap regarding access to MRI and CT appointments in Bermuda. That would be remedied by a new entrant. So that's you recall the requirement to show a need for an additional service provider. They say, well, they haven't shown that. And that certainly was the advice of the experts. 5.2, the applicant did not provide adequate proof that providing SHB service would not impact cost of the health system. That's the mid-year criteria. If you remember from mid-year, you've got this additional step. You've got to prove with documented evidence that we would not impact the costs. Indeed, you've got to prove under the policy that you'll reduce costs. So it's actually a positive burden, not just budget neutrality, but actually you reduce costs. That's the second paragraph of mid-year criteria. But they say, well, they didn't provide adequate proof. There's nothing documented, just an assertion. And then 5.3, the committee flagged. So they just flag it. It's not the gravamen of their reason, but they just flag it as a risk that if you have a market which has too much capacity, fragmentation can occur. And then they voted, or the actual voters or the decision committee unanimously voted to reject HMC's application to provide services. And that was the decision by that committee. It speaks for itself. You'll note that the presence of a hospital radiologist on the committee has never been suggested that taints the proceedings with apparent bias. You know, obviously, you need industry experts to sit on these panels. There aren't that many of them in Bermuda. Most of them are at the hospital. Indeed, anyone from a private sector would obviously have an issue with apparent bias. And the BHP is not impacted because of the nature of the block grant. So that decision is communicated in January, C101, but it's the decision we need to look at, and we looked at it. There is then an appeal. This is the fifth step.
Hang on. I need to get to C101, please.
Oh, of course, yeah. C101. And forgive me, my lady, I'm just conscious we need to, this is so dense, we need to get through it. But the Bermuda Health Council consider your application for approval. Process consisted of assessments. Forgets to inform you that the has not been approved. The application was denied for the following reasons, and the applicant provided insufficient data to outline significant health system gap. That's paragraph 1. Applicant did not provide sufficient evidence of access concerns related to proposed services. Applicant did not provide documented evidence that additional SHB coverage of the proposed services would not have a negative impact, would reduce cost of the system, that's the second requirement, and would not impact utilization. Concerns were noted that a new SHB provider could further dilute fragment the delivery, so that's negatively impacted quality of care. The HTR conducted in the proposed service did not support an increase in current related capacity. Additional information on that assessment can be found in Appendix A, which I believe is all the HTR assessment and so on. Should your circumstances change and affect your ability to provide services, please feel free to reapply, because you can always do that. If you're not in agreement, you may appeal.
What are access concerns? On page B89.
89, C1,
C101.
Sorry,
access concerns.
C101. Yeah, sorry, C101.
Access concerns would be there's insufficient access or provision of the service. In other words, people cannot access diagnostics.
Right, thank you.
But you're right, it's being used.
Repeat that for me, Mr. Adams.
Well, the applicant did not provide sufficient evidence of access concerns, i.e. access to diagnostic services. They weren't able to show that there's currently a gap in the market such that people cannot access diagnostics.
Right, I see.
Fifth step, so there's then an appeal, and the appeal documents were filed in February. So the decision is relayed by the letter which my lady, Justice Augusta, asked me to read out of C101, and then there's an appeal in February, a month later. And can we look at that? That's C107. And the grounds of appeal are very lengthy, and they're also at C108. I'll take them under as fast a clip as I can. Introduction, so C108. This is an appeal against a decision of the SHB committee dated January 2020, that's the date of the letter, refusing Dr. Soares' application for mid-year approval. Can I just emphasize that? This is the February appeal by Dr. Soares' lawyer, and he's clearly rightly, obviously characterizing what was in issue, the application as a mid-year application, and that's what it was. And then you see that repeated, paragraph 6, March 2019, the appellants applied to the respondent for mid-year approval. So again, no suggestion of anything other. To take it as a fast clip, they then sets out some of the background, the chronology. C110 sets out the statutory and policy framework, which we've looked at rather jurisdictionally, rather exhaustively, sorry. And at C112, do you see new information? So new information is provided. And it states, on July 2019, the Imaging Services Department of the hospital issued triage guidelines and a new policy for scheduling diagnostic imaging services at the hospital. These guidelines provide one, wait, this is bold, this is one we were asked to look at. Wait times for routine outpatient services will expand to a maximum of 6 weeks and be distributed throughout the community imaging clinics wherever possible. So the hospital is saying we're wait times for routine, i.e. non-emergency diagnostics is now 6 weeks. And that's put forward as new information that there is a gap in the market, there's undercapacity, there needs to be new capacity added. And this is the evidence to suggest that the expert analysis with all the historic analysis is somehow wrong based upon a short-term blip. And then the grounds of appeal are set out. There's a lengthy part about jurisdiction. This is a rather academic argument which exercised us all for some time, but is not relevant as it was dismissed. That's at page C113, going over the page, paragraph 28, and then it said evidence reasons, and it says the respondent, that's the earlier committee, found that the appellants provided insufficient data to outline a significant gap, sets out the committee's findings, and then they rely upon the following grounds of appeal. The guidelines referred to above, that's the new information about the 6-week waiting time, means that there's a gap in the market, and therefore that's sufficient to show a need for a new provider. Further, an alternative, we are irrational and we've given a monopoly to the incumbents. That's paragraph 30, the competition argument. And then 31, we failed to take appropriate account of the weight of the evidence, in particular projected utilization and costs, and the expectation, emphasize the word expectation, that the services would be provided by the appellant instead of other facilities. And therefore, on that basis, we should have found that there would be a reduction of budget neutrality because of the expectation. And then general concerns about we've considered irrelevant or have failed to follow relevant considerations. Fragmentation, they say that because we've referred to the as a side note to the risks of fragmentation, therefore we've taken account of the relevant consideration. And going forward, they criticize at 38 the expert advice, and they do so saying that the experts were wrong on 3 counts. A, unnecessary treatment allegations that they were basically positing wrongdoing at Dr. Soares because of the reference to self-referral. B, inherent systematic issues, and to do with that the concern raised about whether there were sufficient checks to stop self-referrals. And C, hypothetical risks. Appellant would likely increase diagnostic, in other words, the experts' opinions were invalid because they're hypothetical, but of course all opinions are. That's A, B, and C. What they don't challenge is the actual committee's expert advice that there was no need, there was no gap in the market at all. They rely upon the 6-week waiting time as revealed by the triage data, or the triage policy, which was brought in. So that's the grounds of appeal. I've summarized it, I hope, fairly. At paragraph 38 onwards is quite, loyally. They rely upon your usual that everything is Wednesbury, and any 44 they say any reliance on the moratorium is Wednesbury, and so on. So that's the appeal document, which needs to be considered by the appeal panel. And then there is much time wasted because of a mistake by the council in putting together a panel which contained Dr. Miller, who had been on the SHB committee. And again, that panel convened in June 2020, but we have to do all
just before we go, could you possibly go back to C114, paragraph 31. One of the matters relied on was that the respondent failed to take into account the weight of the evidence provided in the application, in particular the projected utilization and the costs of the proposed imaging services, and the appellant's expectation that the services would be provided by the appellant at UMC. Where's UMC?
That is at his new medical center. That's his own medical center.
Oh, I see. That's the new medical center, right?
The Barnaby Street, yeah.
Yeah, instead of other facilities, in support of the appellant's contention that there will be no negative impact on the loss ratios. Oh, I see. It's the italicized bit instead of. Yes, I find it. Right. Okay.
It's the same argument, my lord. It's the argument which is being made that there will be no additional cost to the system because it'll be simply taking market share from others. And of course, doesn't answer the issue well. You actually need to show reduction in costs. And secondly, all the expert evidence, as we've seen, is it's actually this is not an ideal market. This is the real world market. And in regulated medical markets, the laws of Adam Smith don't always apply. So that's the appeal which we have to face. And we do make a mistake, and we convene a panel which has to be done all over again. So we don't need to go through it, but can I just quickly take it just for completeness? It's the C141. We can be so brief. You'll see there it is. It convened at 1.5. You see the last sentence: Brathwaite and Rogers as observers were not participants in the voting.
And where are you?
I'm sorry, I'm C141, my lord.
Yes,
C141.
I have
the last. Do you have it?
Yes.
But obviously that whole thing.
Right. So it's 1.5. Brathwaite and Rogers were not participants in the voting. Is that the part?
Yeah, they were observers. They were there. So it was making clear that at that hearing, they didn't take an active part. And that's all I wanted to say on that. But as I say, it was essentially a nullity. I have to do it all again. And so we convened again September 2020. It was some months delayed. It was during the COVID pandemic, of course. So it was. It took perhaps longer to reconvene than would be ideal. So we get together again in September 2020. And it's at this stage that the appeal grounds are expanded. Now, we have to, I'm afraid, look a little bit at the transcript. It's at C157.
Sorry, could you just take me to the second decision? What page number are you looking at for that?
For the appeal decision after the September 2020, the actual decision, which we'll be looking at in more detail in a moment, it is at C254. So that's what we're leading up
to. What?
254 is the decision which is at the heart of this entire judicial review, and where I'm hoping to end up fairly soon. If you look at it. And the transcript of the hearing is at C157. It's 70 pages long. It's a lengthy transcript of what took place. And I'm afraid we have to spend a little bit of time on it just to look at the arguments which were before the appeal panel. Now, as a transcript, just taking a step back, the arguments at this point in time, as we've seen, is that the application met the media requirements for budget neutrality and reduction of cost, which is a requirement of the media, because of an assertion by Dr. Soares that he expected that there'd be no increase in overall demand. So therefore, that's the argument. Because of that expectation, it meets the documented evidence requirement to show reduction in cost and or budget neutrality, or both rather. Secondly, the argument is that there is a proven need for an additional service provider of diagnostics because wait times at the hospital have increased recently to 6 weeks. That's it. And that should be preferred over the evidence of the experts who were saying that looking at the long-term trends, there's in fact there's overcapacity in the system.
I'm sorry, you said the first one so quickly that I was incapable of making note of it.
Forgive me, my lord. The first point was that it met the mid-year criteria to show a reduction in cost of the system.
Yes.
Because of the assertion that there would be no increase in demand as he expected to take market share from other providers.
Right.
And there'd be therefore no increase to system cost. And I am leaving the point, of course, the mid-year criteria actually says you need to show a reduction in cost, not just budget neutrality, but there you go. Second, there was a proven need due to, and you have that. And thirdly, there was a concern that because we mentioned fragmentation, even as a side note, that concern about fragmentation was irrational. And even if it may be slightly, the risk may be, as my Lord Justice Bill Bells suggested in discussion, that maybe that is a little far-flung. It was not. It was a sidebar. It was a side issue. It was just a note of concern. And in any event, fragmentation is a corollary of need of a system which, if it's has overcapacities and so on. The fourth, that the experts were irrational for.
Sorry, before you get there, can I just ask you about the chronology?
Yeah.
The Conyers letter signed by you of the 24th of August refers in the last paragraph to the fact at C152, to the fact that Dr. Soares has made a full year application.
Yes.
This application will be processed in the usual way.
Yes.
Now, am I right that your cases, we're not dealing with that at all? We're dealing with his mid-year application.
Correct. I will be coming on to that. It's an important part of the, what are we all doing here point. But yes, in June 2020, while the mid-year was being processed and going through these appeals, he files a full year application as a full year application, wanting it to go through all the processes which would normally take place for a full year application. Now, at that point, there's a moratorium, but we lift it for the full year out of a sense of, well, because of everything that's going on. So yes, there is in tandem at this point in time, there's the mid-year going through the appeals and a full year, which is now going to go through a different process.
But the moratorium doesn't apply to it, so it's to be processed. And was it being processed?
It was going through a process which had, yes, it was being processed and was going through a process, shall we say, and that's a separate issue, not before your lordship and your ladyship. And as it were, the councils had to put together a sort of hybrid process for it, but that's subject to a different debate. It's not before your lordships and your ladyship. The application, you don't have a copy of the application.
Right, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
The application was being processed. It's been put on hold because of the order of the learned judge saying, well, he's granting approval anyway. But the intention, well, I'll come back.
What's the logic of that? I mean, I can't understand the fact that the judge made his decision as he did. Why is that a reason for putting the full year on hold? Because, I mean, if you're right, and the judge shouldn't have treated the mid-year application as a full year application, and that's your case, why aren't you dealing with the full year application?
We want to, but the concern is if we do, for example, if we did it, and as I hope we will, and we've already tried to discuss with my learned friend how we would do it in terms of a panel from overseas experts to ensure, and with a legally qualified chair to make sure it's all done properly as the best, sort of best in class for the full year. If we did do that, if we had done it, and for example, we said, well, on a full year basis, we reject it, and therefore we refuse approval. Well, the court has given approval, and we could be in contempt of court. And
I don't see why, if you did it on a without prejudice basis.
Well, we have not, because of that concern about
Okay, thank you. That's all I need to know.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid I now need to know rather more. It was suggested that what should have happened is that the application should have been dealt with as if it was a full year application, although it was a mid-year one, or it started off as a mid-year one. But that presumably means that it should have been treated as a full year application for the year 2020 to 2021. Is that right?
That is one of the central issues which I'll be addressing your lordship on. So I'm glad it's uppermost in your mind.
Okay, well, I'll wait for that.
Yeah.
And I'm afraid there's another one. You tell me that the full year application was filed, I think, on the 30th of June, and that must be in relation to 21-22.
Correct.
But you say that that is not caught by the moratorium.
They lifted the moratorium and made another exception for the full year application.
Oh, I see. All right.
And one of the reasons for doing that was because we don't need to go there, but you recall there was a first appeal panel, the first appeal, which was void. They actually say, well, wouldn't it be a good idea? And they say, wouldn't it be a good idea for them to file a proper full year application?
Yes, they do say that.
And having said that, and having done that, it would have been, shall we say, unfortunate for us to then say, you're caught by a moratorium. So we lifted the moratorium for that and other reasons, and wanted to process it.
I see. I'm sorry, that wasn't apparent to me from the papers.
Yeah, it is a convoluted tale. And if I could go back to the transcript now, and as I say, I was going through the state of play as to the arguments before the appeal panel, and I had pointed out there were essentially 5. 1, it met the mid-year. 2, there was a proven need for an additional provider, and they proved that. 3, the concern about fragmentation was an irrational consideration, and that meant everything should be revisited. And 4, that the experts should not be relied upon at all because they were worried about self-referral, and that denotes dishonesty, and that's a terrible thing to have denoted, and so on. And then 5th, there was this jurisdiction argument, which we don't need to deal with. That was, as it were, in broad summary, the broadest of summaries, the state of play. And then we get to September 2020. And that's, if we can take it up at 303, and I have to be quite quick. It's a 30-page transcript.
Where are you on the transcript?
I'm going to at the very start, C157. The first 20 pages, C157, the first 20 pages are dealt with introductions and a recusal application, and I don't believe I need to take you through that. And then Dr. Soares begins to speak at C177. He starts, thanks everyone for your time. I know it's a Friday afternoon. And he tries to be brief, and he sets out the arguments in favor of approval. And he at these next few pages, he deals with, if I can summarize it to save you going through this transcript, he deals with the explanation of the technology and the benefits of having brand new modern diagnostic equipment in Bermuda, and the benefits of technology, and how it would be a good thing for the island to have brand new MRI equipment. And that goes on to C180. He then deals with a concern that he had been misled by Dr. Brathwaite as to what documents he should put forward to the panels, saying, well, he didn't think he had to provide any more. Don't need to spend any time on that. The learned judge dealt with it in his judgment at paragraph 112 and dismissed this, so I don't want to take you through it. And in any event, of course, on appeal, he could have submitted further evidence if he wished. So we don't need to deal with this argument about Dr. Brathwaite should have told me to provide more evidence. Then he argues at C181 that the requirement to show budget neutrality or a reduction of cost in C81 is impossible to fulfill, and therefore should be waived. You'll see that I'm skipping through C182, 182, to see it right at the top. This requirement is on its face difficult to fulfill, and indeed unfulfillable. And he refers to the first appeal decision where they had said this could be difficult to fulfill in that decision, which took place in the summer. I believe this is an unfair requirement. It should be struck out, he says. And then he deals with the he says, and then he goes on to deal with the ideal world argument. No, there will be no increase in demand if everyone just behaves properly. And he says, because I'm in good standing, C183, halfway down, if you accept that I as a physician am in good standing, there's been no evidence to the contrary. I'd only order tests which are appropriate. And it's that kind of the argument that I would never do this and therefore there will be no increase. And C184, going forward, he says the clinic needs approval and it's only right for patients to have the option to use him to access, competition. And then we get to C186, and can I just take it to the bottom of the page at line 23? This SHB application, additionally, this SHB application was always a full year application in which both criteria need not be fulfilled. It was submitted in June 2019, and here we are, September 2020. It was submitted prior to the 1st of July deadline for full year applications. So this is the first time it's mentioned to anyone that the application, which we spent a lot of time looking at, which was stated to be a mid-year, it was in fact always intended to be a full year. There's then some questions about whether over the page C188, Dr. Soares then answers some questions from the panel, and you see Dr. Richmond. I'm just looking at C188, Dr. Richmond, you made reference to a small number being self-referred. Yes. Have you any knowledge of your referral record for scans?
You're going a little quickly, Mr. Anderson.
I'm sorry.
I'm on 188. What line?
22. There's just some questions about
Thank you.
Self-referral data. Just asking, do you have any record or data on self-referral things, just to see? And he says he does, but he hasn't provided it. Dr. Richmond, if that was required, it would be available, question mark, that's what I'm asking. But the point, I appreciate the question and will endeavour to do that. We'll still be ordering the same number of scans. There's a brief discussion about what additional evidence they had about self-referrals, because it's not there.
So just so I understand this, when Dr. Soares says that we'll still be ordering the same number of scans at the new facility, despite not participating in the SHB, the scan facility is underway and receiving referrals from other doctors. Is that correct?
No, he's saying the intention is if he's part of the SHB, he would not be he would not be expanding demand. He would simply be taking market share. And there's a brief discussion.
I'm puzzled by this reference to starting at line 9, Dr. Soares. Yes, we can do that. Interestingly, we have been tabulating that for MRI and CT only. I don't know about. So
there seems to be some data about the amount of work. They clearly were at this point, because he's running a clinic, even though it doesn't have the diagnostics. He can work out the clinic hasn't been built in Burnaby, but he's still a doctor with a practice, and he's still referring patients to other providers. And
yes,
so
this is dealing with MRIs and CAT scans.
Yes, but not being done by his own clinic. These are where he's prescribing tests to be conducted by others because his test facility is not an operation.
I see. Doesn't actually say that, but that's what he means.
Yeah, because the facility is not built, is not operating. But yes,
he opened in January 2021, didn't he?
Yes, and that's at paragraph, I believe, 12 or 8 of the judgment. And then 336, 341, 190 onwards to 196, there's an argument about jurisdiction. And then we deal with my learned friend, Mr. Robinson, and he starts at 195. And this is where he deals with the arguments, and he says, if I can just skip to 199.
What are you taking us to on 195?
I'm just saying that's the start of Mr. Robinson's submissions,
I
in the
see.
transcript. And then at C199, you have the full year argument. And so 199, line 5, what's happened in this case? My submission is that you should be considering this application today as a review panel, and in September 2020, not by asking yourself whether the criteria for mid-year approval has been satisfied. You should simply be reviewing this application on the basis of whether or not it satisfies the test for a full year approval. In other words, September 2020, look at it as a full year application, and you can skip out the mid-year criteria. You should do that now. And then he repeats the point, if we can skip forward, at C21205. C215 at line 7, it'd be completely illogical for you to consider this application for mid-year, because the mid-year has already gone.
Sorry, what page?
Oh,
What page?
sorry.
1205, my lady, 205.
205.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
At line 7, you must consider it as a full year. And then he goes on in line 11, the only logical and appropriate way for you to consider this application is consider it as a review as a full year. And if you do, the criteria, as we set out in paragraph 8.2, these special criteria for mid-year are irrelevant. So he's saying you can forget mid-year. That's the argument. And
Can you explain to me what's the rationale behind not having to show a negative impact on SHB in relation to a full year application, but having to do so in relation to a mid-year application? Is it simply the effect on an already settled budget?
Yes, and the SPR has been settled on the basis of a full analysis, and you're adding a new pipe to the system mid-year, and therefore there's a risk to the system.
And so for the full year, you don't have to show those, you don't have to satisfy those criteria.
You don't have to satisfy the mid-year criteria of budget of reduction in cost, budget neutrality. You'd still have to show a need for additional provision of the service, but you don't have to show the budget neutrality cost reduction to the system. So you have to show budget neutrality, budget reduction. You don't have to show a system need.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry. Mid-year,
You do have to show a system need.
You have to show both for mid-year, but only system need for a full year. Forgive me. Do you see?
Yeah.
I think I've just confused you. For a mid-year,
Could you give me
got two
again the reference, please, to where we have the full year criteria set out?
Well, of course, there isn't a full year criteria, but what you're referring to, I believe, is the part about the need for additional providers to be approved to provide this benefit. And that's at C.
Sorry, you're speaking too fast.
Forgive me, my lady.
You've already told us there is no full year criteria.
Yeah.
Is that right? So
Yeah.
where do I find the fact that there is a requirement still to show a need for the service? Is that in the policy document?
It is at C6A.
C6A.
Yes, and again at C9. It's in two places.
Thank you very much.
Now, this argument by a learned friend that you should now be looking at the full year argument is, for various reasons, I say wrong, but it's looking at matters from the correct perspective, i.e. from the date of the decision to be made as of September 2020. As of September 2020, he's inviting the panel to say, treat this as something different to what it was always supposed to be. Treat it now as a full year, and if you do, you should grant immediate approval. Now, it's at least looking at things from the correct point of view, from the perspective of time, i.e. September 2020. And of course, it's a difficult argument for my learned friend, because how can that be done without going through all the iterative steps which are required for a full year ordinarily? How can you do how can you consider it as a full year without going through any of the full year applications which are designed to ensure that the SPR meets or fits the benefits being provided? But at least he's looking at things from correct. He's not looking at things through the rearview mirror. And then my learned friend runs through the remaining arguments, 358 to 359, which is giving you, so I should be giving the C references, forgive me, C2121, C12 to C213. He runs through the alternative argument.
So just, again, turn the page up and let me just see what's said.
Yes. It's quite a lengthy argument, so and it goes on.
Sorry, what page are you on now?
C212 and 213?
Yes, I mean, up until now, he's been suggesting that you should deal with this appeal, but deal with it as a full year and give approval now as a full year. And he addresses the argument in these pages. C209, for example, at the bottom of the page, line 21, a public body like the Health Council properly analysing the issue doesn't say to itself who had SHB last year. It says to itself who's going to give the patient consent.
Slow down, Mr. Ellison. I thought we were on 212 and 213.
And then on 212, I was taking you to the next section of his argument, which is an alternative argument at line 19.
Right. If I'm wrong about that, and even if I'm wrong, and this is a mid-year application, and he goes on to justify what's been done.
Yes, so he repeats the arguments of Dr. Soares that he can show a need and he can show a cost reduction or cost neutrality. But you've seen the argument raised about the primary argument now is that you should look at it as a full year. And we're doing that because essentially where we have got to as a matter of time is now September 2020. You need to look at things as they are now, even though, of course, there's at this point in time, there's a parallel actual full year application going through the process. And he's suggesting at 215. Now, if you ask yourself whether or not, well, how do we, if this is an annual application, a full year, we treat this, how do we approach this? So he's giving support, a help to the panel. Well, what does that mean in practice? And he says, I've already touched on that. I say, you don't ask whether it's needed because you've got more than enough. If you think that there's more than enough applicants for the service, you ask other questions of a quality of care and modality. And this is the only MRI scanner. He must mean, open plan MRI scanners, other MRIs. So he says, you don't look at the question of whether there's a need for additional provider. You can do a beauty parade and you just choose which one you like most. So he's suggesting that you look at it as a full year, and if there are concerns about overcapacity, well, you can approve this one and kick the others out. You do.
This is oversimplistic in relation to the full year means of resolving full year applications.
Well, yes, my learned friend is no doubt simplifying things slightly. In fact, simplifying things a lot. First of all, of course, that's not how it works at all. It's for the new entrant to show a need for an additional provider, even on a full year application. And secondly, it goes through an entire assessment process which we looked at, which is exhaustive. It can't be done by this appeal panel in isolation. But there you have it. That's the argument made. And it's at least from the correct prism of time. You can do this now, he's saying. Do it now. Forget about the usual processes. You can skip all those. Now,
that's not an appellate process in relation to the mid-year application, which has been refused.
Correct. And then he sets out the dangers of monopoly and why an open market, a competitive market is better. And he deals with that in the next few pages. For example, C219, line 18, pure and simple protectionism of an established player in the market, no part of your function to protect incumbents, and going through, and he deals with the fragmentation argument and says that that's irrelevant. Now, the only other part is at C225. Can I just turn to this? Because there's a discussion at this point about fragmentation and the dangers or hypothetical dangers which we've referred to, which was brought up as a bit of a side issue by the earlier panels. C225 at line 21, Dr. Soares at this point intervenes and says, could I add something, guys? Yes, fragmentation is a reality. I mean, that letter back in last July to 2019 for the respective modalities that we're requesting, MRI, CT, and other, I don't think there's any threat that the hospital would have so few that it couldn't maintain a throughput. Because the hospital itself has said it actually has too much, and I must shed the excess to the private community. So, you know, and that perhaps is also what your point, my Lord Justice Bill Bell, you know, that it's not the hospital's not at any, doesn't care about any of this. Dr. Richmond, of course, is CEO of the hospital, says, Dr. Soares, I fully agree with that. I was just trying to understand your, in terms of the submission from your counsel about terms of fragmentation. There's no concern that the hospital cares about any of this. It sits Apollonian above all this because it gets us block grant and it's got a regular throughput because of inpatient needs.
I'm sorry, some of this needs translation for me. He says at the bottom of page 2, fragmentation is a reality. And then he refers to a letter for the respective modalities that we're requesting, MRI, CT, and other things. I don't think there's any threat that the hospital would have so few that it couldn't maintain a throughput. Is that saying there's no threat that if his new clinic is set up, the hospital would have so few people wanting scans that it couldn't maintain a throughput?
He's saying that the issue of fragmentation may be a real thing, but it's not a danger in this case, at least to the hospital. And the July letter is his application.
Because the hospital has said it's got too much anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So it's the case put that the hospital doesn't need to worry about any of this. It's not an issue for the hospital.
And Dr. Richmond seems to agree with that.
Yeah, and that seems to be the agreed position at that point.
So it's the hospital has said it's got too much scan work. Is that the point?
Well, I think Dr. Richmond is simply saying that he agrees there's no risk of fragmentation to the hospital. The hospital doesn't care about any of this. It's the private sector which is that risk of any fragmentation. There'll always be sufficient throughput for the hospital.
Yeah.
And that's important just because later when it comes to the issues of bias and whether Dr. Richmond should have, you know, because this position on the hospital should not be here. Now, that is the transcript, and I you know, no doubt I've skipped over parts which perhaps in retrospect, I you know, my learned friend may wish to highlight, but I need, it's obviously 70 pages of transcript, and I hope I've set out. And basically, what the points I was seeking to make is there's an introduction of a new argument that the appeal panel, as of September 2020, should be treating the application not on the basis of an appeal, but on a fresh basis, and dealing with it outside the normal process of full years and giving approval straight away. And if that means, if there are any concerns about overcapacity, well, they can do a beauty parade there and then and jiggle the approvals and take away approvals as they see fit. Now, that's the background to the appeal. That's the September 2020 hearing. And then the decision is at C254. Can we turn to that? And then you'll see C254 attendees, Dr. Brathwaite's there, he abstained, it's in brackets. They set up some background, 1.1, 1.2, committee noted the appellant raised two primary concerns. The application should be considered a full application. And then the jurisdiction argument. Now the jurisdiction argument took up some 10 or so pages of the transcript. I didn't take it to it, but it was substantial. Those were the two primary arguments as recorded in the transcript. And then there was the alternative. If I'm a mid-year, I still get through because of, and we've seen the same arguments are rehearsed. And then there's discussion. 2.1 onwards is the members of the committee discuss the argument presented regarding the contention that if the application shouldn't be now considered for full year, and the committee noted that due to there being no change in the SPR by the minister, because at that point in time that was right, any changes to the SHB are not to adversely affect the benefit spend. In other words, even if they treat it as a full year, if the SPR is not going to change, because you normally would shift the SPR around when you're doing a full year application, looking at everything in totality, because they can't do that, they would still need to exercise budgetary discipline, and therefore the same concerns about budget neutrality apply, and therefore they don't see any basis for changing the analysis, i.e., unless there's budget neutrality, there's a risk to the budget, and that can't be permitted. It's quite a laconic and condensed logic. And it goes on 2.1, as the SPR has not changed during this cycle, data related to the underlying benefits must first be analysed to ensure no adverse effect on SHB utilisation and expenditure. As the SPRs remain static, there's a requirement for
Stop. Sorry,
Yeah.
you're reading so fast that I can't
Sorry, my lord.
find where you are reading from.
2.4. 2.4.
4.
2.4, yes. You
Right.
see it, halfway down.
I misheard you, so I had.
Forgive me. And I will try to slow down. I'm just conscious. But 2.4.
Mr. Adamson, before you get there, can you tell me this? This appeal is for consideration of whether there should be a reversal of the SHB review committee. I'm looking at 4.1. Was the SHB review committee the earlier decision?
Yes, the one we looked at. In December.
So what they're doing at 4.1 is saying, no, we're not going to reverse it, we uphold it.
Yes.
Thank you.
And the logic of the analysis of mid-year versus full year, the argument put forward by my learned friend, is analysed at 2.1 and 2.4 and 2.5. And it's essentially one which I say is rational.
Can I go back to the point I was just making? Why is it of any relevance for there to be a review of the earlier committee, or to be any question of reversing the original decision? Surely if that decision was admittedly void, they should have...
My lady,
again.
They should have done the whole thing again.
My lady, so the SHB review committee, no, forgive me, the SHB review committee is not the earlier appeal panel for the summer of 2020. I think I misunderstood your question.
Right, okay, well then I'm
SHB review
confused.
committee is can you keep your finger there where you are, C255, and can you go back to C99?
C99.
99.
Right.
I
Which is
misunderstood
the
your question.
SHB review committee.
Is C99.
Right.
That is the review committee which they're upholding. Now, the decision which was void is a
It's
decision
the
which,
first appeal decision, which
First
is
appeal, yeah.
which
Yes,
is
I
at
see.
the C140, which took place in
Yeah.
June. So,
Yeah.
Yes, I see. Okay. Okay, I'm there. Thank you.
So I say, I'm not going to read out 2.2, 2.4, 2.5. I invite your lordships, my lady, to read those. I say the logic is right, and indeed clearly right. 3.1, that's the jurisdiction argument. We can ignore it. 4.1, as my lady pointed out, this is it's an appeal. The request for reversal of the SHB review committee. That's the December 1999 decision / January 2020. The committee took up the vote, and the initial decision of the SHB review committee was upheld. And they note there's no restrictions on the number of times you can apply. Now, that is the documentary record, and they dealt with it on the basis of an appeal, and they dismissed the appeal. Now, before we turn to the judgment, can we briefly turn to the judicial review application? And at this point, we can turn to the back to the B record, the B binder, and the JR is at B1. And that's B1. I'm not sure if you have tabs, but if you did, it would be at tab 1 of B.
Yes, we do.
B1, and rather obviously on the first page, judgment, order, decision of which, in respect to which relief is sought, and it identifies the targets, the decisions under target. And it's the July for first decision and the September second decision. Of course, the first decision is moot. We all agree. But so it's the September decision which is in issue. That's the target decision. Refusing the appeal against an earlier decision dated 22 January 2020, the SHB decision or review decision, denying the application. So that's the target. If we can just go to the grounds, they are succinct and rightly so. At B4, there's various points taken about review, taking into account relevant considerations. They say we took into account that there was a moratorium, and that played into our mind.
well, you've gone straight to B4. There's nothing in B3 which is relevant.
This is background. It's simply what is setting up the factual background, in particular who was sat in the various committees.
I see.
Yeah. There's a questions of bias, which we'll come to. Irrelevant considerations set out. There's 3 listed that we took into account in the moratorium. B under 3 is we took into account the lack of a business plan, and C the practice of self-referral. We took into account even, and that was somehow a dishonesty thing. Only A survives into the judgment, so we only need to worry about the A part. And then 4, fetters discretion, acted irrationally. A is jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adamson. So in relation to B and C, the business plan and the self-referrer, were those argued before the judge or were they abandoned?
Well, I think they were argued, but in any event, there's no reference in the judgment, and I don't think there's a respondent's notice suggesting that they should reappear. 4A, and again, forgive me if I'm going into clear. A is the jurisdiction argument we can ignore. B is substantive by considering the SHB application against the mid-year approval criteria only when there's no legal requirement to do so, and refusing to consider it as a full year.
Sorry, where are you reading now?
I'm looking at 4B, my lord. You have it? So B4, 4B.
Yes.
It's within the substantive thing. So I was saying 4A you can ignore, it's about jurisdiction arguments. And then B, so at the bottom of the page, by considering it as a mid-year approval and refusing to consider it as a full year, was overly rigid. And then C, it was irrational. D, it did requiring the application to meet the mid-year approval criteria because the SPA had not been set was irrational, and he affected our discretion by failing to give consideration to the fact that the incumbents had all been carried over at this stage. And then it's essentially Wednesbury after that. So that's the state of play before we get to the judgment.
Would that be a convenient moment to adjourn?
My lord, yes. We can go through the judgment fairly quickly. The law is the law is not contested, but I am obviously conscious of the need for me to crack on to give my learned friend his proper time.
Mr. Adamson, one of the problems about doing that is if you go too quickly, we have to drag you back and the process takes longer.
Yes, I'll bear that in mind. And I think now we're into the judgment, I will slow down my breakneck pace.
Right. How are we all getting on for time generally?
We're not going to finish today, are we? Realistically.
And I'm afraid it's because of the need to go through all this rather dense material.
Yes. Well, the estimate looks as if it was erroneous.
I will be short on the judgment. The next section of my submissions is shorter because the relevant paragraphs in the judgment are few.
Well, okay, go through the judgment. We really must have a break thereafter.
Well, my lord, shall we break now and then we can reconvene earlier? That would be, shall we say it? If we could reconvene at like 1:15 my time, 5:15 yours.
Yes. All right. Let's do that.
And then can we can see where we are at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
I'll leave more time beyond 2 o'clock, but at least we'll be in a better position to assess.
Okay. We'll break until what is 5:15 our time.
I'm grateful. My lord, my lady, if I can press on, I was submitting to your lordships and your ladyship before.
Sorry, just before you press on, sorry, I was muted.
Of course.
It's become tolerably clear to us that this case isn't going to finish today. And we propose, therefore, not to go on any further than 7:30 our time, and to adjourn to Monday for anything that's left.
That certainly works for me, and apologies if it creates a scheduling issue for anyone else. Is Mr. Robinson, does that work for you, Mr. Robinson?
Well, my lord, I don't. I think Mr. Adamson knows I'm before the Supreme Court at 2:30 on Monday, but I anticipate that we could finish on Monday morning, and I can keep my appointment with Justice Mussington as it happens.
Yes. Well, I'm sure we can come to some arrangement.
I'm grateful, my lords, my lady. I was submitting before the break how there are essentially two requirements at large for any approval. All applications for the provision of additional services must show a market gap, a need for the provision of additional services. Mid-year applications must, in addition, show a budget neutrality, or technically a reduction in costs. We had seen that the SHB committee had found that this application had not demonstrated either requirement. And I'd taken you to the arguments on appeal, which were that the appeal panel should, at the time of the appeal, treat the application as a full year, thus bypassing the mid-year requirement for budget neutrality, or alternatively, treat it as a mid-year, but find that contrary to the conclusions of the SHB committee and contrary to the expert advice, that all the criteria for approval had in fact been met and had been demonstrated. And we'd seen the decision of the appeal panel, and we'd seen the challenge in the judicial review application to the appeal decision, and how it was focused, as of course it had to be, on the September 2020 decision. In other words, what the decision was made by that decision maker at that point in time. So we now need to look at what the learned judge made of that challenge, and we find that at page, if I now need to take it to the main bundle, and his analysis is at paragraphs 102 to 107. That the page reference is A51. It's at page 47 of the judgment. And in these 5 paragraphs, together with the paragraphs on the rationality piece, which we'll come to as well, additional 3, is the entirety of the analysis. And before I do that, go through those paragraphs, just to flag, to bear in mind, what decision is the learned judge dealing with is a question which does arise. And I raised that concern because of how he terms his analysis. And if we turn to paragraph 102, he states, analysis on fettering of discretion. This is whether we were wrong the appeal panel was wrong to treat it or applied the mid-year criteria when it didn't need to. I've considered the competing arguments, and I have found that the BHC has indeed fettered its discretion. And this, when he says I have found, this means going forward. This is the analysis for why he's found it. He hasn't found it previously. I found that the council has indeed fettered its discretion. As a start point, I acknowledge the absence of regulations. And then the rest of that paragraph is simply him setting out the background and how it's all very complicated, and how he accepts that everyone has a legitimate expectation to be dealt with in accordance with the guidance. And then 103, he says, he deals with the question of whether the mid-year should have been treated as a full year when it was received. The timing of the application, I accept the factors submitted by the applicant as reasons why the application should have been treated as a full year. And then he sets out the reasons. In March 2019, the mid-year application would have only been for a limited period of time. That is March 2019 to April 2019, which is unusual. In my mind, it's inconceivable that applicants who are applying for that short period of time have made considerable investment. If that were the case, they would have been required to submit other applications by 1st of July 2019 for a full year application. Now, just pausing there, it's difficult to follow. We, of course, processed the application based on it being the June 2019 application. You've seen the documents. We said, send us all the documents by July 2019, we'll process it. It was processed at that point. In other words, to come on train, as soon as, if and when it was given approval after we received it, which we did in late June. And then the genesis of the March 2019 application as a mid-year application may have been both the announcement of the moratorium and the related waiver. But having made further submissions to the March 29 application right up until June, then in effect the applicant had met the 1st July deadline for a full year application and to be treated as such. Now, I don't want to be overly critical. I think the point being made is that it met the deadline for a full year application, and therefore that's a reason to perhaps treat it as one. So that's the point being made there.
The judge doesn't seem to have applied his mind to the difference in the nature of applications for mid-year and full year applications.
No, he does not during this passage. 104, the respondent has maintained that the applicants had requested the matter to be dealt with as a mid-year, and so it was processed as a mid-year. In my view, that contention lacks merit. He sets out the law on you should not fetter your discretion by being overly rigid when it comes to policy. And he sets out the cases with some reasonable expectations. It was commonsensical. And the last sentence, the last line, the 2 lines, it was commonsensical for the council to have received the completed application in June 2019 as a full year application and processed it accordingly. Now, what decision is he criticizing there? He's criticizing the fact that in June 2019, we didn't process it as a full year at that point in time. There's no mention in any of these paragraphs of September 2020 of the appeal panel. He's looking at what the council did, basically the CEO did, when it came to deciding how to process the application once received. And he's saying we should have done things differently in 2019. He goes on, 105, I note that the minister did not reset the SPR and the SHB was not rebased. I accept the argument that the fault does not lie with the BHC. It's not really a question of fault. These matters fall under the remit of the minister, but obviously consequences flow from such a position. Now, this position was announced in 2019, including that life goes on for citizens and applicants. I disagree with the respondents that the application could not be considered as a full year application for this reason. Again, in my view, the council has adopted a rigid and inflexible approach on the type of application, when what was really required was for the council to accept the application as a full year application and consider along with the applications of the incumbent providers and work through the detailed approval process. So what period of time is he talking about? Is he talking about the appeal panel? He's talking about what we did or should have done in 2019. Because you recall in 2019, we imposed a moratorium, then lifted it for Dr. Soares, and then we decided not in late 2019 to put the incumbents through the entire SPR review process. And that process started, as we've seen, in late 2019, and it wasn't carried out. So he's talking about 2019. He's looking at the rearview mirror of what we should have done in 2019, not what the appeal panel had to deal with in September 2020, a year later.
And just to put it in context, Mr. Adamson, what the applicant was seeking was judicial review of the second decision.
The September 2020 decision was the target decision. He included the first appeal decision, but that was, we all agreed that had been superseded. So yes, it was the JR target was the September 2020 decision. Nothing to do with 2019. There's no mention of 2019 as a target decision. No target decision is identified from 2019. Then 106, third, in following the Council of AME Churches in Tweed, the element of fairness was lacking when the council, not the appeal panel, the council departed from the proposal guide in extending approval for the incumbent providers, but would not process the applicant's application for a fully application. I'm not entirely sure I follow, but I believe he's saying we should have dealt with things different in 2019 and treated it as a fully application, dealt with all the incumbents in 2019 and done a full SPR cycle.
And done that at the time, that is to say in 2019.
Yeah, in time for in 2019 for the April 2020 year commencing. In my view, the mere, if not automatic, extension for the incumbent providers whilst processing the applicant's application as a mid-year was not a level playing field. Now, that was 2019. 107. Fourth, I've considered Mr. Adamson's submissions in respect of the outcome, but the second appeal, that here's mentioned, and the question he elegantly poses, namely, was the decision on appeal confirming disapproval perverse? Now, I accept the compliment, but it really isn't. I don't deserve it. It was the only question. Elegance is neither here nor there. It was the only question for the judge. That second appeal decision, which is the September 2020, was based on a mid-year application, the process of which relies on an analysis of information, including the criteria that the new applicant should not cause a budget to be exhausted mid-year. Yes, correct. However, in my view, that question is not the proper question and need not be answered, because it is posed on the basis of the mid-year application and the finding that it failed to meet the key mid-year criteria. However, as already stated, the application should have been considered as a fully application. But the last sentence appears to be talking about what we should have done in 2019. And A108, I've considered the arguments about the COVID pandemic and its effect on resources, and I accept the applicant's submission to reject any such reliance on that as an excuse. That need not concern you. Now, that is the case on fettering of discretion. That is it. And my submission is that he is focusing on the issue in 2019. But by September 2020, and this appeal panel, things had rightly or wrongly moved on. The appeal panel had to deal with the situation and options as they stood in September 2020. And can I make the following points as well? Before I turn to what the question was in September 2020, can I just, as it were, and it's not particularly relevant, perhaps, to the correct analysis, but because of this criticism of what took place in 2019, may I say, just for good order, that it cannot be right that in the summer of 2019, every rational regulator would have treated this application as a full year and processed it, and then carried out a full analysis of the entire SBR in order to process it. That cannot be perverse to do anything, to do as we did. The application states it's a mid-year. It wants to be a mid-year to get immediate approval. That's what it wants. The only argument put forward is one of timing, that is put forward on before the 1st of July. We told him to put all the additional material before us before the 1st of July. So of course he did that. How is that an indicator that he wishes it to be dealt with differently than he actually expressly asked? And then in 103, just to take you back, he says further submissions it make it clear that it was intended to be a full year. Well, I make this point in my skeleton at paragraph 38. That's not factually right. The further submissions made by my learned friend at all points up until September 2020 refer to the application as a mid-year and never suggested until the oral transcript that it should be anything other. Now, so the first point is, for what it is worth, in 2019, I do not accept we acted improperly or unfairly in what we did. Second point, by September 2020, the appeal panel could not re-engineer or turn back the clock. It had to deal with the facts and the options open to it at the time. And the arguments at the time were to consider it there and then as a full year, even though you could not re-engineer a full year process involving all the incumbents and everything else. And I'll come back to that if I may, in a moment. And the third difficulty is this: if one puts ourselves back into the position of doing as the learned judge appears to have held that we should have, and in 2019 dealt with it as a full year, called in all the incumbents and said, well, we're going to do as we normally do. We're going to carry out a full SPR appraisal process, 40 steps, even though we know the minister's not going to give us a higher SHB budget. We're going to do it all and maybe carry out an open competition, a sort of beauty parade if there is overcapacity, do everything which my learned friend said should have been done. If we'd done all that into the late 2019, beginning of 2020, in order to see whether this facility should be approved for the cycle starting April 2020, is it inevitable that approval would have been given when the facility wasn't even built? It wasn't yet to be built. It was built, it was completed in January 2021. And that's paragraph 5 of the ruling. So it's all a slightly strange universe we seem to be inhabiting. So I do say he appears to be looking at things from the perspective of 2019. In any event, he doesn't consider the central question, which is what should the appeal panel do? Second, it cannot be a fetter to treat an application how it demands to be treated. And this category mistake appears to carry over into the next section of the analysis, which is rationality. We've been dealing with fettering, which of course dovetails with irrationality. And so we need to now go back to the judgment if we can, and deal with the rationality piece. So we've just been dealing with paragraphs 102 to 107, 108. At 109, he rehearses the arguments, and then he comes to the conclusions on rationality at 112, page 51 of the judgment. And these are the central paragraphs of the rationality challenge, which is the central challenge. And the first 112, analysis of the rationality and unreasonableness. The applicants contend that the applicant's mid-year application met the key mid-year criteria, primarily on the basis of the information submitted was what Dr. Brathwaite had told them to submit. This is the argument raised on appeal. You recall I flagged this. And he dismisses that argument here. And he says the last sentence, I believe, is all you need to look at. As it turns out, the council was not satisfied.
Mr. Anderson, let me just read. I'll happily just read it to myself. But I think before we go to the end, I'd like to
yes, please do.
Look at the judge's explanation, how he got where he got. So this again is all concerned with what happened in 2019 and not the second decision, which is the subject of the JR proceedings.
Yes, it is dealing with whether there was unfairness because Dr. Brathwaite allegedly told him, "Oh, you just need to do this," and that's what he did. And therefore, and now we're being told he didn't prove his case. And the judge is saying, well, he rejects that argument.
I'm getting a little lost. Of course, the judicial review was concerned with the first appeal decision and the second appeal decision. We can forget about the first appeal decision because that was effectively set aside by the consent. So what the Mr. Justice Mussenden had to consider was the second appeal decision, and whether or not he should set aside the second appeal decision would depend upon whether it was perverse not to allow the appeal against the refusal to grant approval in December 2019. So I'm slightly puzzled as to why you say that it's a vice, that the judge was concerned with what happened in 2019.
My lord, I missed the last part.
I'm puzzled as to why you appear to say that it was a vice that the judge concerned himself with what happened in December 2019, when the judicial review was to the effect that the decision at the appeal was wrong insofar as it reached the conclusion that it did. I'm sorry, when the appeal had been on the basis that the decision in December 2019 was wrong.
Because the 2019 decision I'm suggesting that the learned judge is dealing with is not the SHB review committee's decision communicated in January 2020 to reject the application. The focus here is in all the paragraphs we've looked at, is a different decision made by the council as to how to process the mid-year application and which route it should go down. There's no mention of the SHB committee decision. There's no analysis of its rationality. There's no mention of the appeal panel or the rationality of this decision. The decision is the criticism or the analysis is all about what we did or didn't do in 2019 when we received and began to process the application. And if I could, the real question, perhaps I can answer or clarify this. The real question for the learned judge on a judicial review was, one, would every rational appeal body first have treated in September 2020 the mid-year as a full year and thus disapplied the key mid-year criteria about mid-budget neutrality? Would every rational appeal body have done that?
Sorry, would every rational appeal body
have treated what was before them on appeal as in fact a full year and something that should always have been treated as a full year, and thus there was no need to consider the key mid-year criteria of budget neutrality? Would every rational appeal body have agreed with that? But given there was no way in September 2020 for the appeal panel to re-engineer an full year process, and given that to date the application...
I'm afraid I'm getting even more confused. Would every rational appeal body have treated what was before them in September 2020 as a mid-year approval? And when you say what was before them in September 2020, what was before them in September 2020 was what happened in 2019.
No, I think I clearly have muddled. Can I try that again?
Yes.
Because I think that was not what I was saying.
Well, that's what you said.
Well, if I can just take it back, the SHB committee decision, which was under appeal, had made two findings. One, the application had not demonstrated with a documented evidence that it met the budget neutrality requirement for a mid-year, and two, it had not demonstrated that there was a need or a gap in the market. Those were the two core findings.
Yes.
The SHB committee, those decisions were appealed to the appeal panel in September 2020.
Yes.
And therefore, in a judicial review of that appeal decision, which refused the appeal and upheld those two findings, was that refusal of the appeal irrational? The only way to analyze that question, was the decision to refuse the appeal perverse, is to consider, well, what would a rational appeal body have done instead? Or would every rational appeal panel have allowed the appeal? And the arguments on appeal, and that would mean accepting the arguments made on appeal, which were, one, you should, on appeal, not apply the key media criteria of budget neutrality, because you can consider this really as a full year. And that's the correct analysis. And the argument against that analysis, of course, is, well, they cannot be irrational, and not least because, and the appeal body in September 2020 cannot re-engineer a full year analysis involving all and every incumbent provider and reach a safe conclusion. And secondly, because of course the application is a mid-year and this is an appeal. So that would have been the first question for the judge to decide. Should every rational appeal body have allowed the appeal, accepting the argument that budget neutrality is not something you need to be worried about because this really should be treated as a full year? That's the analysis on.
Well, wasn't it said that any reasonable appeal body would consider that the application that came before the SHB in December 2019 should be considered as if it was a full year one?
Yes, it could consider that as, and therefore, yes, I think that is the correct analysis. Yes, and therefore the SHB committee, the primary decision, which was under appeal, got the wrong end of the stick, and we're looking at things the wrong lens of the telescope. Yes.
Sorry, I'll repeat myself. I'm not quite sure we are speaking the same language. I thought that it was said that any reasonable appeal body would consider that the SHB in December 2009 should have treated this as a full year application.
That was not said by the judge. That was, but I accept that is the correct analysis when you're looking at a judicial review of an appellate committee. And whether, and the issue for you, or for the learned judge, was whether the appellate committee's conclusion was perverse in saying, well, no, they actually upheld the decision of the SHB committee.
So the true question is whether any reasonable appeal body would conclude that in December 2019, the application should be treated as a full year one. Was that the true question?
I think I think no, because with my lord, because
what you just told me.
I was putting it in the obverse, and was the SHB committee, the SHB review committee, the December 2019 made a decision based upon it being a mid-year.
Yes.
Were they on appeal? It is said they were wrong to do that, and then on appeal you should correct it. And now in September 2020, treat it as a full year.
Yes.
And they declined to do so. Were they perverse? Is the question on judicial review.
Yes.
In that case, we are in agreement, my lord, and that is right. And the first question, therefore, for the learned judge who considered was exactly that. And then secondly, to agree that if it had been considered, as it were, as properly by the SHB committee as a full year, it would have been granted approval. And that this, if considered as a full year, it could be granted approval now, even though none of the processes had been gone through which pertain to a full year application. And so no, these should have been the questions for the learned judge, considering perversity and reasonableness and what's rational in September 2020. My point is, none of these questions are considered, and instead he appears to be looking at, well, something wrong happened in 2019. The application went down the wrong track, and that's simply the point I'm making.
But the point that it went down the wrong track was in support of the proposition that they should have taken a different tack and considered it as a full year application.
Yes, so because it's gone down the wrong track, you on appeal in September 2020 should now treat it as a full year.
Should now treat it as if it as having been.
Yes, and that would involve if it had, going into a hypothetical, if it had, what would have happened, and all the arguments about, well, if there's overcapacity, you could do a beauty parade and so on. You can somehow re-engineer a complicated iterative process and guess what would have been the outcome of a full 40-step full year process.
That's what I follow.
Yes. The point being, the learned judge appears to have dealt with a different question. In any event, he did not consider the question, which is namely, was the decision reached in September 2020 perverse? That's not dealt with, and we can see that when we deal with the analysis at 112, 113, 114. 112, as we've just been discussing, deals with a separate point, which is about what took place in 2019 and what evidence was put forward and why, and is a complaint dismissed. 113, I am of the view that the council acted irrationally and unreasonably for several other reasons. First, as stated previously, and for the reasons given, the council should have treated the application as a full year application. Again, when it seems he's talking about, we should have done that in 2019. In applying the test, I'm satisfied the council's decision to treat the application as a mid-year is one which no sensible person who'd applied his mind to the question could have arrived at. My view is based on the fact that it received the application in March 2019, supplemented further information, the invitation till June 2019, in the time frame for the annual consideration. That's the same point. In those circumstances, despite the request to treat the application as a mid-year, it was irrational and unreasonable to do so. This flawed logic is of the kind envisaged in Coxon. The rational thing to do was to treat the application as a full year application along with the incumbent providers. That's to do something in 2019.
Yes, but if the decision in 2019 not to treat it as a full year application was perverse, it would follow as the night the day that the decision in September 2020 not to treat the decision in 2019 as perverse was itself perverse, because the 2019 decision was perverse, and any conclusion that it wasn't perverse would itself be perverse.
Yeah, I accept that. I accept that. If so,
I don't quite understand why you say the judge, the tribunal didn't, the judge didn't ask the right question.
Because where is the analysis that therefore on appeal that where is the analysis? Well, if one accepts that it would, if there had been perversity in 2019 as to how the application was dealt with, that does not necessarily mean that the application should be approved. Because all it means is that the mid-year application, it should have been treated as a full year application. But does that mean immediately, despite the fact we are now dealing with it in 2020, that approval must be given, because that's now water under the bridge. We can't re-engineer. We can't turn the clock back. Is the difficulty. We are where we are. And secondly, and this is again overlooked, we're here focusing on the mid-year criteria. What about the requirement for all applications that they show a gap in the market? That's not dealt with at all.
Yeah, that's a different point.
It is. But again, it's not dealt with at all. It's as if the learned judge concludes that the answer to the entire question of the JR is, was there unfairness in mid-2019? And he says there was, and therefore he on the basis of that he finds that everything which took place, well, the decision in September 2020 is somehow perverse. We're dealing with 112, and I just read it out, and his view that to have treated in 2019 the mid-year as a mid-year was irrational, and I do say that merely needs to be stated to be found puzzling. And then 114, this is the last paragraph of the analysis. The guidance sets out the aims of access, affordability, and quality. It states that approvals are granted on an annual basis, all providers must apply annually. This is all the usual full year. I focus on these stated aims. I'm mindful of the commentary of Lord Bingham about ministers exercising the powers conferred on them in faith. In my view, it's the height of unfairness to treat the incumbent providers as an extension while requiring the applicants to meet the key mid-year criteria. On an in-depth analysis, these circumstances had the result of running afoul of the proposal guide for aims of affordability and quality, as well as the requirement of all providers to reapply annually. So it's the same motif. He's saying what we did in 2019 was wrong. We should have, upon receipt, not processed it as a mid-year, but done something different.
Well, I quite follow that if the position was that the process was wrong in December 2019, that wouldn't automatically mean that approval should have been given. It would show that the process was wrong and hadn't been put into effect. The only exception to that would be if the process wasn't wrong and if the right process had been followed, approval would have been given.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it is, I appreciate, we are dealing with a certain amount of mental gymnastics, and
yes,
as always with the judicial review, so it can be quite difficult to come to the right question. But I accept, I agree. And of course, and I've stated this, so I'll be brief. The idea, though, that in 2019 we should have treated the mid-year application which was seen, which I've taken you through, and which is repeatedly stated by lawyers to be a mid-year, the fact we should have said, no, well, I don't care what you say, I'm going to process it as a full year, is an odd one. And to say that to say that we were irrational, perverse, and so on, to have treated it as it asked to be treated, it cannot be sustained. And there's no case like it. There's no case law, anything like the proposition which the learned judge appears to have accepted here. Now, my lord,
Mr. Adamson, can I ask you this? If one looks at it as though the judge were dealing with it at the time when the point was raised, that's to say in the transcript, when Mr. Robinson said it should be treated as a full year application. Why is, I mean, I know you say it's wrong, but isn't that how one should look at it? Because the point didn't arise, as you pointed out, until it was raised in the transcript at that hearing, at the appeal hearing. So
yeah.
why can't we read this as saying, well, the judge, and it may be right, it may be wrong, but what the judge was deciding here was that by the time it came to the appeal, they should have approached it as a full year application at the request of Mr. Robinson.
Yeah. Entirely, and I accept that. So in September 2020, an appeal panel would be considering an argument of, look, something's terrible's gone wrong here. The application's gone down the wrong channel entirely. It should have gone down a different channel. If it had, there would have been a different outcome, we say.
Yeah.
Therefore, on appeal, give us justice. And the learned judge would then need to tackle the questions of, well, the appeal panel, in not accepting that, acted irrationally in not accepting that argument.
In 2020?
In 2020. Yeah, I accept that. That's the correct analysis. There is no analysis in the judgment. He appears to be.
But that has to be the way. Well, I mean, it seems to me that, you know, the appeal tribunal can deal with points it's raised, but the point wasn't raised earlier. But there was a point raised at this stage, and if the appeal panel were wrong in not treating it as such, well, then the judge is entitled to find that. Whether it was wrong is obviously a totally different matter.
Yes, and I
so
say,
what when I sort of ask you, what's the fuss about then?
Because we don't know the answer to the question of why the learned judge found that the appeal panel acted irrationally, because the appeal panel said, well, that's all well and good. You believe you should have been treated as a full year. But as of September 2020, it would make no difference to us because the SPR can't be shifted. And even as a full year, things can't be changed now because without impacting the budget, but without risking the budget.
Well, it's a bit of a catch-22. If you could, you know, unless you're right there at the right moment of time, you can't do a full year application because of the risk of changing the budget, aren't you?
Yes, I appreciate that, but that is we need to do that to safeguard the budget, and there is no harm here. You've got to bear in mind as well, the clinic was not even open at this point in time, of course, and we are dealing with the situation in September 2020 when the budget, all the requirements are set out in our guidance. And how could an appeal panel say, okay, one, there has been unfairness. Question, and I do say there hasn't been, but you know, let's accept the premise from the learned judge, and see if we can, as it were, jump over a gap in what he said. So, assume the learned judge says there's been unfairness in 2019. Ergo, what should the appeal panel do in September 2020? What can it do? For an appeal panel to say, I can't do much because the SPR has not been changed, and therefore all the criteria which apply to the mid-year must still apply. You have to show budget neutrality. And in any event, all this is academic because you still haven't shown a market gap, a gap in the system, demonstrating a need for additional provision of the service. So, and I think that's the most I can say. The learned judge does not deal with the actual issue before him on judicial review. One has to make various intellectual gymnastics to say, well, maybe he meant this. Maybe he meant that because there had been unfairness in 2019, the appeal panel, the only rational response of the appeal panel was to allow the appeal on that basis. And I say there's no analysis along those lines, no explanation as to why he rejects the appeal panel's findings, saying, well, we can't without endangering the budget. Now, so I do say he doesn't appear to focus at all upon the actual issue, which is what the appeal panel should do in 2020. Now, the only other aspect in that is the analysis in the judgment on this central issue. In addition, he finds against my clients on the basis of taking into account irrelevant considerations. Now, I can deal with this fairly quickly. This is dealt with at paragraphs 87 to 91 of his judgment. And he says that in September 2020, we took into account the moratorium, and he cites a letter And 89, upon reviewing the second appeal decision letter dated 6 July 2020. You see that? That's
So
paragraph 89.
where are we looking at now?
But my lord, I've moved on to the issue of
I know, where are we looking at?
89.
But you,
Paragraph
87 to
89.
91, you said.
89 to 91 is the part of the judgment to deal with irrelevant considerations.
Yes.
Deal with briefly 89. You see, my lord, upon reviewing the second appeal decision letter dated 6th of July.
Yes.
That was not the second appeal decision letter at all. It had nothing to do with the second appeal decision. That was the letter to do with the first appeal one, which we, of course, we all agreed to have to read it. Simple mistake by the judge. He's just referring to the wrong document.
Right.
Yeah.
My learned friend in his skeleton says it confronts this at paragraph 56 and 57 and says, well, don't worry, you don't have to rely upon that. We can rely upon a different document. And he says, if you look at the SHB decision, all the way back in December 2019, they refer in the background section to the fact of the moratorium, and therefore, that's what the judge had in mind. And I say this is just desperate stuff. Those are the arguments on rationality and why my clients have been found to have acted irrationally and perversely. I now need to deal with you with the questions of natural justice and procedure and bias. But my lords, I do say this is a slender basis for a finding against the Bermuda's healthcare regulator to find irrational decisions. And I do say that the ruling, it does not address the central issues, appears to address the wrong question, and does not confront the situation as it stood in September 2020. And the simple argument, which found favor with the learned judge, that it was irrational to treat an application as a mid-year when it was called a mid-year all the way through, is a strange one. And second, it ignores, as an elephant in the room, the need to show a market gap, which was a central finding of the SHB committee, which was under appeal. That's never confronted at all in these sections. My lord, I need to turn, my lords, my lady, if I can then turn to this next section, which is procedure and bias. And the ruling deals with bias. If I can start at paragraph 77.
Sorry, give me the reference in the judgment to bias.
77.
Right.
And he finds bias on the part of two members, Dr. Richmond, who's the Chief Executive Officer of the Bermuda Health Hospital, the Bermuda Hospital, and he finds on the part of Dr. Brathwaite.
Yep.
Dr. Richmond first, 77, and then he says, a fair-minded observer would conclude that there was a real possibility of bias. That's apparent bias, of course. I distinguish Dr. Richmond from the civil servants. I acknowledge the response contention, a fair-minded observer would appreciate the government and hospital public institutions seeking public good rather than a private advantage. In my view, however, that Dr. Richmond's role as CEO of the hospital brings him into the scope of actual bias. So there you go, actual bias. He himself has a financial or personal interest. He's got skin in the game himself. He goes on, I accept the applicant's submissions that the hospital offers imaging services under SHB, is funded by portions of the SHB, and any new provider under SHB could affect the PHB budgets and services. Therefore, in my view, there's actual bias. Now, my lord, I will not be troubling you too much with case law because it's all agreed in terms of the relevant tests. But in terms of actual bias, and we'll come on to apparent bias in a moment, actual bias, Dr. Soares expressly and rightly disclaimed any claim that Dr. Richmond had a personal interest. At B429, his third affidavit, paragraph 12, he says, Dr. Richmond has no personal interest in this matter whatsoever. That's B429, paragraph 12. He's never suggested, he says, that
Well, give us a
Dr.
moment to get there, Mr.
Of course,
Adamson. Which paragraph of 429?
of 12.
Thank you.
And then in
He
terms
carries
of
on to say, by virtue is the very nature of his position as CEO of the Bermuda Hospitals Board, he's placed in an impossibly conflicted position.
yes, no personal interest, but he's saying he's got bias because of his position. Yes, that's a question of apparent bias, but he's not any personal interest. And when we're dealing with actual bias, the requirement is to show a personal interest. Indeed, we can pick that up. I say that's set out in the Pinochet case, and we can just pick it up from my skeleton, paragraph 69. Where in order to establish actual bias, provider, that's Dr. Soares had to show that Dr. Richmond had a direct personal interest in the outcome. That's the test. The law in this area is summarized in Lockerbell.
All right, I thought you were taking us to paragraph 59 of your skeleton. Where are we?
69 of my skeleton. Sorry, my lord.
69, I'm sorry. Thank you.
He sets out the law commenting on the Pinochet case. Forgive me, it's actually Lord Wolf commenting on the Pinochet case and the Lockerbell case. My learned friend and I are at idem really on the test. Paragraph 31 of my learned friend skeleton at paragraph 30 of my learned friend skeleton, 30. And he says, just the last sentence, of course, the test in Davidson is broader and includes, so he says, I've been too narrow. So he says the test for your lordships is broader, and whether the judge, this is of course in the context of the judge having an interest, the judge has a personal interest, which is not negligible in the outcome, or is disabled by personal experience from bringing an objective judgment. Personal experience. And you know, there is no personal interest, and there's no alleged personal experience. Really, the submission, the argument from the analysis of the judge is that the hospital's interests are the CEO's, and there's a conflation. His personal interests are the hospital's personal interests, and that's not right. And indeed, you can see that in the extract from Lockerbell, which I cite, where it says, going back to my skeleton, sorry, at 69 of my skeleton, and in the large citation, 6 lines up, only in cases where a judge is taking an active role as director of a company which is closely allied to and acting with a party to the litigation, should there be a problem. So I just don't say that the actual bias finding is unsustainable. The apparent bias is an issue which we need to discuss. But the suggestion that Dr. Richmond has a personal interest so as to matter actual bias is, I say, simply unsustainable. The hospital's interests are not his personal ones. So we need to turn to the issue of apparent bias, which is really where the case hinges. And at paragraph 77, which we've looked at, he refers to the possibility of the hospital being potentially impacted and we need to go, if I can take you back to that section of the paragraph, it's halfway through. I accept the applicant's submission that the hospital offers imaging services under SHB is funded by portions of the SHB, and any new provider under SHB could affect the BHB budget and services. Now,
sorry, where is that you're reading
that's
from?
the analysis, 77, my lord, halfway through the 77 of the judgment. That's the analysis for Dr. Richmond.
Yes, I see.
And it's the possible impact. Now, of course, the hospital is not on a fee per service. It gets a block grant. The applicant's case was that there was overcapacity at the hospital, and you saw the interchange in the transcript where Dr. Soares says, "Well, you're not going to be impacted by any of this. You know, there's no risk of fragmentation for you." And their own case was that you have too much work. So we have a block grant. We can stand aloof to this. We do not have, the hospital does not have any interest. Indeed, its interest on the applicant's case, or the respondents now, was that they needed additional provision, a positive interest in the outcome.
The judge's finding on apparent bias is simply the last full sentence of paragraph 78, is it?
Yes,
not?
which is conclusory. Yes, but it's the same. It's the same. It's relying upon the only analysis of what bias, how bias could arise is that sentence in the middle of 77. So 78 is conclusory saying, and therefore I also find apparent bias.
Hang on, isn't 77 dealing with actual bias?
It is, but it's
I thought what you were effectively saying is that you would expect the judge to be saying, if I'm wrong on actual bias, then I move on to consider apparent bias.
Yes, well, I'm sure that's what.
Sorry?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he really is intending to do here. He's saying the same factor applies to apparent. But the only factor he identifies here is this one in the middle of 77, which is why I focus on it. That's the analysis. That's the argument which he accepts.
No, but that's actual bias, and for apparent bias, he relies upon the role of his role as CEO of the hospital, and to the significance of SHB to the hospital. End of paragraph 78.
Yes.
Right.
And the significance of the SHB to the hospital is the significance as identified in the earlier paragraph. So I believe when it comes to apparent bias, he would, to be fair to the learned judge, he would pray and aid that sentence in the middle of 77. And so the argument is that, well, the hospital is impacted, and as I've sought to explain, the hospital is not. It's immune because of the block grant.
So
and indeed,
the proposition in the middle of 77, where the judge says, I accept the applicant's submissions that the hospital offers imaging services under SHB is funded by portions of the SHB. That's simply wrong, is it?
Well, it's a mischaracterization. He's funded by the hospital is funded by the Mutual Reinsurance Fund, which is related to the SHB.
But is now dealt with as a block grant.
Yes.
So the actual funds that they receive in respect of diagnostic services are not in any way related to, the funds that they receive by way of block grant are not in any way related to the extent of their diagnostic services.
Yes. They are not impacted by volatility in the market. And of course, if the SHB runs out of money, the hospital could be impacted in the sense that bad things could happen. Funds could become short for the hospital and as everyone else. But if the SHB runs out of money and there's a catastrophe, not that I'm suggesting that's in any, but a catastrophic deficit, but everyone in the Bermuda healthcare system would be impacted by that. So of course, Bermuda, the hospital, no doubt, could be impacted, in theory, by a huge deficit building up. But so would every citizen of Bermuda, every insured person in Bermuda, everyone would be. But you can't just say, well, if the sky falls in, everyone will be impacted, and therefore no one can get involved.
So the block grant is paid to the hospital from the mutual insurance fund, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's horribly arcane how it's done, but yes.
Don't tell me unless it's essential to know.
And just as we say, it was fine for the radiologist, you recall, who sat on the SHB committee decision in December 2019, it was surely fine for the BHB representative to be on this one. You have to have people with knowledge. This is a technical area, and an objective observer would know this. He would know the safeguards in our governance. He would know the hospital, like Apollo, stands immune to the vagaries of fee for services. He would know that the applicant's own case was the hospital's not impacted by any of this. Now, those are my submissions on bias when it comes to Dr. Richmond. Dr. Brathwaite, the judge deals with Dr. Brathwaite 79 onwards. And this is quite, I'm not sure what to do really, whether I should read this out. There's 4 or 5 paragraphs. And in summary, he says he's concerned that Dr. Brathwaite had greater involvement than Dr. Brathwaite said he did. And then says, but in any event, you should never have a secretary, even if he was acting as secretary, he should never have a secretary who's sat on any committees beforehand, because even giving background knowledge could somehow taint. To do justice to the learned judge, I would suggest maybe you should read these paragraphs to avoid being overly unfair.
Which paragraphs would you like us to read?
79, I'm afraid, all the way to 83. It's a lengthy section.
Okay.
Is it right, Mr. Adamson, that he sat on the first decision, the first appeal decision, and the second appeal decision?
Right. He was present in all 3.
Yeah.
We say as secretary, and we'll come to his evidence.
I know that.
Yeah.
And not voting.
And non-voting. And you recall in the first, they aborted the first appeal decision. He expressly says he's just there as an observer. And in the second one, he expressly says he abstained from. And in terms of what he says, it's at B436. At paragraph 6.
I'm sorry, Mr. Adamson, I missed that. What did you say?
If you have read through that part of the ruling, the relevant part of Dr. Brathwaite's evidence and what he did is at B436
Right.
of the record, paragraph 6, and he sets out what he does in every meeting.
Well, I'm a little concerned at the judge's reliance on Leicestershire Fire Authority ex parte Thompson, because the facts are really rather different in that case.
Yes, my lord, and you're familiar with that case because we discussed it in a previous appeal once. Yes, can I come to that in a moment? But yes,
Yes, certainly.
It's quite different.
I mean, what is that, said in effect is that Dr. Brathwaite was present throughout the entire proceedings. The committees that led to the original decision, the first appeal, which was a process that should never have been gone through, and the second appeal. And in those circumstances, where the chief executive officer of an institution, Bermuda Health, where he is the chief executive officer of an institution, the Bermuda Health Council, which is alleged to have got it wrong on each of those occasions when it was the decision maker, and succeeded on an appeal first time round in front of an improper tribunal, and then succeeded a second time round in front of a better tribunal. That concatenation of circumstances would give the fair-minded observer reason to think that it was possible that Dr. Soames would be keen to ensure that the whole process didn't end with the Bermuda Health Council failing at the last jump.
Yes, that is essentially his reasoning.
It is.
He's saying you shouldn't have had him at all stages.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my lord, can I take it to B436? So this is what Dr. Brathwaite says is his function.
Yes.
436. And so paragraph 5 and 6. I confirm that my role is as explained by our attorneys to the court. I do not take part in decision-making or discussions about the decision. I start each meeting of this type, and I include here all the meetings where the application was considered by explaining to the other members the purpose of the meeting, where the documents are, what the process is, per the documents they would receive. This is important, as not all members with the same level of knowledge about the mandate of the Health Council. I also explain my role, that I'm not there to make the decision or take part in the discussion. I'm there as part of my secretariat role. I do answer questions as they arise, for example, about process, technical issues, or context for what the documents are. I do not seek to influence the discussions, nor is there any reason why I should want to. This is my practice in all such meetings, including the ones relevant to these proceedings. So that is sworn evidence, and that is what he does in all such meetings. Why would he have an interest in any of this? He just wants what's best for Bermuda and what's best for the health system. He has no vested interest in anything other than due process.
Well, the chief executive officer of a corporation might be thought to have some interest in seeing that the corporation succeeded rather than failed in a litigious process.
Well, of course, the corporation here is the Health Council as a body corporate, but the body corporate can't be said to be winning or losing. It has there's no parameter of success in that context. At this stage, I don't, because there was underlying litigation going on. That is true, but I'm not sure it's right to say that therefore the council has an interest in anything.
Well, wait a minute. If, as you fervently hope, you win this appeal, might it not be said that the Bermuda Health Council has succeeded?
Yes, but but here the issue is whether or not it could be said that the council is succeeding if the appeal is dismissed in September 2020. Why would that be a success? Why it would still result in litigation?
Why? Why would it result in? Well, wait a
Well,
minute.
we're still here.
Well, not
Because
necessarily. Not necessarily. People don't inevitably bring judicial reviews.
well, the judicial review was already in place at this stage.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't think it's right, though, to say that the council has a vested interest in anything other than due process and proper allocation of resources to within the healthcare system. There's no winning or losing. The CEO just wants to ensure that things are done properly. And in any event, he's sworn evidence as to what he does, and any concern that this may not be complete is frankly misplaced. The real concern of the learned judge is even though these are the stated functions, they themselves give rise to an appearance of bias because he was there at all stages. But all these functions are those of a secretary and are proper functions of a secretary. Now, my learned friend relies upon the case of ex parte Thompson, and given that my learned my Lord Justice Bell knows the case and will obviously turn to it, it's a case where someone who had no business being in a committee meeting and indeed was hostile to the employee who was under investigation for disciplinary offence. He was hostile, but he was invited in, and clearly that was an affront to natural justice. So that's ex parte Thompson case. It's a world away, and then my learned friend relies upon the case of Ward and Bradford. Now, this is a case which perhaps we should look at very briefly because it is a decision of Lord Denning as master of the rolls, and any decision of Lord Denning is worth looking at, if only for the pros. And that is at tab 20. This is a in the case of Ward and Bradford. It was a case of student teachers being found with interlopers in their cupboards in their student houses, and in that case, there's no head note, but in that case, if one turns to page 5, the issue was all about the presence of a Mr. Naismith. It's a curious case, not least because of the goings on in the 60s of student teachers. And in page 5, the presence of Mr. Naismith and the submission by Mr. Morritt, of course,
As he then was,
submitted that the presence of Mr. Naismith invalidated the decision of the committee, especially as he actively participated in the discussions. Now, that was the case. So who is Mr. Naismith? If I can ask you just to flip to the previous page, and I hope you are, this is tab 20 is the case of Ward and Bradford. And page 3, so page 3, so flicking over, you need to go up to halfway down the page on page 3. On March 1971, the disciplinary committee met. There were present the 9 members of the committee itself, and in addition, 3 persons who were not members, the clerk and the assistant town clerk, and let it be noted, the assistant education officer, Mr. Naismith. That's who he is. He's an assistant education officer. And then jumping down to the next paragraph, after the students were heard, they withdrew and the committee discussed the cases by themselves. The clerks and Mr. Naismith remained with the committee. The clerks said nothing much. They kept to procedural matters. And we say that's what Dr. Brathwaite did on his evidence. Mr. Naismith did, however, take part in the discussion. The decision in each case was made by secret ballot. Each member of the committee voted for a particular punishment. And they voted to various punishments. And then if we can go back, having identified who Mr. Naismith was, now, go back to Lord Denning's judgment. And if I can pick it up, you've seen the submission that he should not have been there, especially as he actively participated. And Lord Denning says, now I quite agree that in general, no person ought to participate in the deliberations of a judicial or quasi-judicial body unless he's a member of it. And cites various authorities. Of course, this is all must be right. Nor should he retire with them for their discussions, lest they give the impression that he's taking part in their deliberations when he's not entitled to do so, for then justice would not be seen to be done. And that is exactly what happened in ex parte Thompson, where you have this person who's not a member sitting in and taking part, or being present and he shouldn't have been present at all.
Well, he was called in for the for that part of the process, considering the appropriate disciplinary consequence.
Yeah, and he shouldn't have been there. Exactly. So he wasn't an ex-party. Thompson, no entitlement to be there whatsoever, and indeed he was hostile. That's the principle. And then Lord Denning, this general rule subject to exceptions, best known is when magistrates request their clerk to join them. Everyone knows it's entirely proper. Into which category does this case come? Next paragraph, within the general rule or exceptions. I think within the exceptions, the director of education or his representative shall be entitled to attend. So actually, he was entitled to attend. These words are wide enough to cover the disciplinary committee. If the director of education is entitled to attend, I think the committee can seek his advice if needed. There's not much point in his attending. I think the committee must be careful to see that he does not overstep the bounds. And Mr. Naismith was a representative of the Department of Education, as it happens. So the representative of the department is should be allowed to give evidence of the facts and matters with which the students have had a chance, and he should not be allowed to give evidence. He should not be allowed to voice his opinion, for that is solely for the committee. He should only seek his advice on questions of policy. And tested, and then if I can jump down to the next paragraph, tested by these criteria, I think that Mr. Naismith came very near the line. I do not think it was such invalidated proceedings. Each of the students admitted they'd broken the terms of occupancy. The only question was what was the punishment they should suffer. Mr. Naismith drew to the attention of the committee the circumstance which made Miss Ward's case more serious than others. So he does get involved in the merits. He only drew attention to the obvious, no harm was done. He did not vote himself, the ballot was secret. And several members have made affidavits saying that the statement did not influence them. I would hold that his presence and his participation, as far as it went, did not invalidate. Now, I accept this as entirely sensible exposition of the law in its application. Mr. Naismith was entitled to be there, only to give advice, but he took an active part in the discussions. He came close, the lines did not cross. So, judged against this exposition of the law, where do we stand with Dr. Brathwaite? Well, he was there because he was entitled to be there. The appeal policy said he had to be there.
Well, indeed, it said the appeal was made to him.
Yes. A second, he has no personal interest in this, no axe to grind. He cannot be compared to the fire chief. He has no antipathy to anyone. Third, he did not take part in the discussions or the voting. He acted as a secretary. And surely, I say that's the end to the point. An objective observer, knowing he was supposed to be there, would not be surprised to see him there. They would know, since it was true, he did not take part in the discussions. And the interesting proposition by the learned judge in those paragraphs to say that just appearing there multiple times, even as a secretary, gives rise to an appearance of bias. I say it has no logic. If you're entitled to be there as secretary, then that's the end of it. Well, that deals with bias.
Right.
Can I deal with reasons? And again, there's quite a large number of authorities in front of you. My learned friend relies upon the cases of South Bucks, which is at tab 22. And he relies or cites the case of Asher, which is at tab 1, as containing the relevant law in this area. And this is all the cases which were referred to by the learned judge. I accept those two cases as setting out the relevant law. Your lordships and your ladeship do not need any exposition on the law as regards sufficiency of reasons beyond these two cases, I would hope. Just to remind your lordships, your ladeship of what the law is. Tab 22 is South Bucks, House of Lords. If I can ask you to turn to paragraph 36, that is the law. And you're probably sickened of hearing my voice, so I could just ask you to read out to yourselves paragraph 36.
Yes.
And my lord, the case of Asher is at tab 1, cited by the learned judge on this section, and by my learned friend to the skeleton. Now, this is a Court of Appeal decision, and Chief Justice Wolf, as he then was, and this is more. I cite this more as a case of the law in action rather than exposition of any principle. But so in this case, this was an application by Asher, a charity for funding, and the decision is quite a costly submission application for funding. Cost them a lot of money to put it forward, and the response they get from the commission is at paragraph 11. The commission informed Asher of its decision by letter dated June 20, 2001. The letter stated, "I regret to advise you that of careful consideration, the commission did not choose to provide a grant for the Asher Centre. In the light of the competition, the commission decided the application was less attractive. The application was therefore rejected." And that's it. And so they took umbrage and said, we have to do better than that. And could I take you to paragraph 27, which is with Lord Wolf. 27. Although it is often convenient to divide the obligations to give reasons into two stages. The first stage being to decide whether or not any reasons are required, and the second being to inquire into the content of the reasons. In many situations, it's difficult to make a distinction. Where the obligation to give reasons exists, it's not require a single standard. The standard reasons required depends upon the circumstances of the case. Where reasons are required to be given, the obligation is to give appropriate reasons in regard to the circumstances of the case. The second situation, which Sedley described and the approach which he referred in my judgment, applies not only to the question whether there's an obligation, but also determining the quality of the reasons required. And he's there citing Sedley from the previous page, which is a citation of Mr. Justice Sedley as he then was in ex parte duty, in the ex parte dental surgery. The matters, if I can take you to that, paragraph 25. And there, Sedley sets out, if you can take it, in my submission from, as the judgments in ex parte Cunningham shows, that's 10 lines down, one aspect of unfairness may be precisely the inability to know whether an error of law or process has occurred, but since the latter is not a freestanding ground for requiring reasons, it can only be on the ground of fairness will ever arise. So the need to know whether there's been an error of law or process rightly seen not an alternative to demand of fairness, but an aspect of it. This approach based on even footing the multiple grounds in which the giving of reasons may in any one case be requisite. The giving of reasons may, among other things, concentrate the decision maker's mind on the right questions, demonstrate to the recipient this is so, show the issues have been conscientiously addressed and how the result has been reached. Alternatively, alert the recipient of justiciable flaw on the other side of the argument and may place an undue burden on decision makers, demand an appearance of the unanimity where there is diversity, call for the articulation of sometimes inexpressible value judgments, and offer an invitation for captures to comb the reasons for previously unsuspected grounds of challenge. It is the relationship of these and other material considerations to the nature of a particular decision which will determine whether or not fairness demands reasons. That those two cases encapsulate law when it comes to, as it were, in the abstract, or the degree whether reasons can be in a particular case laconic or they should be copious. Now, in this case, what are the relevant circumstances? I say the most relevant one in relation to the September 2020 appeal decision is that it was an appeal. And I say in looking at the appeal decision and its adequacy, it's entirely artificial not to also look at the decision which it was considering and which it upheld, it expressly upheld. Now, I appreciate that it's unusual to have appeal processes such as this within, because it's after all one body, the council, with multiple committees. So it's rather unusual to have here multiple committees with reasons. The analogy is, I say, where you have a decision maker with a previous advice or decision being given, which it then approves or disapproves, and that's the closest analogy And in those cases, it's trite. You can look at the recommendation and the reasons and impute those. And can I just take you for that proposition to tab 6, which is the Hofstetter case. It's a horribly complicated adoption case. I only want to take you to 1 or 2 paragraphs in it. Hofstetter is a world away on the facts, but can I just take you to paragraph 114 within the judgment? It's at page 32. And it starts off with 113. There's the reasons challenge, 2-pronged attack, failure to give reasons or adequate reasons, and then weight and so on. In 114, in my view, as the agency decision maker, this is about adoption and adoption agency decision maker who was given advice and recommendation from another committee, another panel. The decision maker was not departing from the recommendations of the relevant panel. There was no general duty to give reasons in his own words. Citing other cases, this was applied in the concept of decision by an adoption agency to reject a recommendation. So the first case he cites about county council, this is applied in the adoption case. In another case, it being held that in such a situation, the decision maker must squarely address the recommendation and the reasons for it if it's not to be followed. If it is not to be followed, this is an approach taken in many other fields. So if you're not going to follow it, you have to really set out why you disagree with the earlier recommendation or decision. But where you're following it, you don't. And 115, I agree and accept that the reasoning underlying that approach and authority supports the view that if the decision maker is adopting the relevant recommendation, he can adopt the reasons for it. Doesn't have to get reasons of his own, and where a relevant decision maker to support to make a decision in accordance with the relevant recommendation with expressing reasons, he is implicitly adopting reasons. Now, this is by analogy. I say analogy with a situation where, as here, you have an appeal body expressly upholding the previous decision, and we say, well, obviously you can look at the previous decision because what they're upholding in terms of understanding A, the rationality of the decision, and B, in ensuring or considering whether the applicants here were shooting in the dark or really would be at a loss as to understand why they lost, which of course is the fundamental principle here of fair defense. And so I seen in this light, Dr. Soares of course understood why he lost. He understood. He was told by the SHB committee he had failed to prove the 2 points, budget neutrality for media, and hadn't shown a gap in the market. And he sought to overturn those, and he failed in the appeal. He put forward two primary arguments, and they both were rejected. So I do say that the reasons here were adequate in the circumstances of the case. And indeed, even if you were against me on that, said, well, they really should have gone into explored the issues of market gap or budget neutrality. Where would that take us? Look at budget in terms of budget neutrality. Look at the case put forward. It was essentially they met the media criteria because Dr. Soares said he did, and that's somehow documented evidence. That how much time really needs to be spent on such an argument on the market gap analysis. He says there's a gap in the market because of the 6-week waiting time at the hospital. How does that compare with the expert evidence and statistical analysis of the last 10 years or 6 years of capacity and the expert evidence? Again, how does it really need to be dealt with? So I do say, in the context of this case, the reasons were adequate. But the learned judge found that we didn't give adequate reasons and that Dr. Soares was shooting in the dark. He said we had to deal with the fragmentation argument, and we didn't deal with the challenge that the fragmentation analysis was somehow vitiated everything. He says we should have dealt with the criticisms made of the expert panel, the HTRC, and we should have dealt with the allegation that the HTRC were somehow imputing improper conduct on Dr. Soares, and we should have gone into all these issues. Well, I say that clearly these were such ancillary issues, not even considered. And completely irrelevant to the outcome. And on the mid-year criteria, learned judge says we should have explained why the application didn't meet the mid-year criteria. But how many times do you have to say 2 + 2 = 4? I mean, you look at the application, it doesn't document any evidence on budget neutrality, certainly doesn't provide any documented evidence of reduction in system cost. There's nothing there. Why do we need to point that out? And indeed, especially where it was pointed out in the SHB decision of December 2019, based upon itself recommendations by expert panel. My lord, my lady, I've dealt with reasons. I now need to turn the question of remedy, and I can do so shortly. You have my submissions on the question of substitution. What the learned judge did here was he substituted his own decision. He granted himself approval in place of the statutory body entrusted by the legislature with that function. He himself took upon him, gave approval here. He didn't tell us to do so. He gave approval. But and the learned judge says, if I can go back to the judgment, he says at paragraph 131 that he did so relying upon the principles in the case of reblast. Now, I'm not going to take you to reblast because that itself would take so long. But as I say, the learned judge at paragraph 131 says he's doing all this in applying the principles in the case of reblast. And I'm persuaded I should substitute my own decision. That's what he says. Now, in order to do it quickly, and why it's strange for the learned judge to rely upon the principles of reblast, I can simply ask you to turn to my skeleton, paragraph 100, page 23, because the court in reblast stated that the case did not stand for any principles. Paragraph 100.
Sorry, just wait a moment.
Yes, my lord, of course.
Yes. Yep.
Paragraph 100 on my skeleton, page 23, I'm referring to reblast, entirely unique and exceptional case. And in A, the court in reblast emphasized the exceptionality of the case, hopefully unique circumstances. This case is hardly a suitable case for establishment of any particular principle. So there's no principle. But rather they seek to say, look, this case is not a guide. It's just such an extreme case. And I set out why it is and why it's a world away from this one in my skeleton. I do not wish to repeat it in the interest of time. But in any event, rather than going through reblast, or I suggest I can shortcut this debate by going to paragraph 59 of my learned friend skeleton, because he correctly identifies the law.
So let us get there.
Yeah.
59 of the respondent skeleton?
Yeah.
Yes.
Reblast is support for the proposition that a court can substitute its own decision for that of the decision maker in the limited circumstances where the delay occasioned by remittal could cause irredeemable damage to the party, and in this case, the rehearing of the appeal, and that there can only be one outcome. So there can only be, if there can only be one outcome, then it can be appropriate. So that's the condition. It can only be one outcome. It's only if you accept there could have been only one option, there's only one rational decision open to my client. The only rational outcome is to grant approval outside the full year process on this mid-year application. So the real question is, was the only rational decision in September 2020 to grant approval? If there's any other options, any other rational options, then it's not appropriate to substitute or order anything of the kind. And I agree. And indeed, paragraphs 97, 98 of the skeleton, I set out the relevant cases which say exactly that, all House of Lords. So was there only one outcome? And we say it's impossible, in terms of the analysis of this in the judgment, it's all at paragraphs 127 of the judgment.
So which paragraph?
127, it's at page 57. So this is all about under the section of substitution. And he says if he were minded to refer it back, he would do so with the direction. But he's heard the case, and it's been going on far too long. 128. I've heard the evidence of Dr. Brathwaite. 129, where he says the minister not rebased the budget, and this remained the case 2021. Additionally, I've heard submissions that concurrent to that, or because of that, then current providers are extended rather than, and so on. All this would continue the aspect of unfairness. The unfairness, I believe, being what happened in 2019 when we treated the application as a mid-year and didn't carry out the full year SPR reprocessing thing, which we'd normally do in end of 2019. And 130, I'm aware there's a budget. He's putting all the reasons why it might be unwise, and that there are consequences of the budget exhausted. In mitigation, the applicants say that there will be no adverse impact on the budget as there will be no increase in quantity. So that's, he's saying he's concerned about the budget, but he's reassured by the assertion by Dr. Soares that he needn't worry. So we have experts, technical experts in the field saying you need to worry, but because Dr. Soares says that he's not worried, the court is persuaded that there's nothing to worry about. And 131, in light of all the circumstances, he decided to substitute an own decision. And then 132 is the high point. There are several reasons for granting the approval: finality, avoidance of delay, constituting fresh appeals, would it take time, the incumbent providers are already there, reluctant to continue a process, which is unfair. Incumbent providers and the applicant should be treated the same, even though you'll recall, this is not an open market, this is not a competitive market, it's regulated one. Entrants are the ones who have to show a gap. But G, I'm not persuaded that an additional service provider will increase the quantity of testing and thus costs. I'm of the view that the testing will be shared amongst all the service providers. So he says he's not persuaded but there will be an increase in system cost. There's no reference here at all to the fundamental requirement for all applications that there has to be an identified system gap or need for an additional service provider. That's not mentioned. He just says, well, he doesn't think there'll be an additional cost. And again, as I say, he's alone in this because all the regulators, there's been like some 20 people now have looked at this on behalf of the council, have said the opposite. According to the council itself, self-referral causing a negative impact is not an issue.
Sorry, all the expert evidence have said the contrary of what?
Well, all the members of the council, every single member of the council who've looked at this issue, whether they be the experts in the HTRC committee, those who sat on the SHB committee, those who sat on the appeals, have all come to the contrary view. And these are all experts in their field. But the learned judge says, well, he's not persuaded by any of that.
Well, I'm sorry, all expert members of the council have come to which view?
The opposite view to the view.
Just tell me which view. I can't stand the double negatives. Just tell me which view they've all come to.
That there would be an impact on the budget.
Yes.
But the learned judge says he disagrees.
Right.
Okay. Just pausing there, my learned friend in his skeleton argument relies upon this paragraph in particular and says, well, that's a finding by the judge. He's reached a view, and that's and he was entitled to do that, and therefore that's it. And my learned friend says that in paragraph 60 of his skeleton.
And which part of paragraph 132 is he referring to?
G. The part I've just read out.
Right.
And he says, paragraph 60 of my learned friend's skeleton, if I read it, the last few sentences says, the entirety of 132G provides, I am not persuaded that an additional service provider will increase the quantity of testing and thus costs. Rather, I'm of the view that this testing will be shared amongst all the service providers. It was open to the learned judge on the evidence before him particularly the evidence of Dr. Soares at 31B and so on, to reach that view. Now, that of course is not the question on judicial review. There's not a trial, but can you keep that section of his skeleton there, and let's look at the
And give me the paragraph number again. You were ahead of me.
60, my lord, of
Thank
page
you.
14, 60
Yeah,
of my letter skeleton. And he cites various pages in the record as justifying the learned judge's conclusion at 3132G. And can I just ask you to look at these? This is paragraph 60 of the skeleton. And the first one is at B21 of the record, B21, page B21. And he refers to a paragraph, 31B of Dr. Soares' affidavit, which is what is at B21. And these are the evidential, this is the evidential basis which was put forward by my learned friend for why the learned judge was right to take a view as he did. 31B, so page B21. And as I say, this paragraph of the skeleton says, on the evidence before him, he was entitled to do this. Look at the evidence of Dr. Soares. 31B, well, 31B contains no evidence. And then the next part they rely upon is B285.
I mean, what Dr. Soares is doing here is just setting out the appeal grounds and the arguments made in the SHB decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the evidential basis they put forward to say why the judge was right to say, you know, and it said in the skeleton, it was open to the learned judge on the evidence before him, particularly the evidence of Dr. Soares at 31B. And that's the evidence, which is reliable.
Not evidence.
That's my point, my lord. Yes, exactly. And then next one is B285 cited. B285, this is Dr. Soares' second affidavit. B285 is cited and paragraph 43. And again, this is the evidence put forward.
Right.
Sorry, I haven't got that.
B285, my lord.
Yes.
Yeah. And paragraph 43.
Excuse me. Right.
If you can see any evidence there, then I invite you to highlight it. So that's the evidence which is suggested was before the learned judge, and upon which he was therefore entitled to make a finding or a view that no one should be so worried about budgets. And but more fundamental, putting aside the fact that these are just recitations of argument, the fundamental difficulty is that the issue before the learned judge wasn't what do you think? The issue was, would every rational regulator, confronted with the facts as they were presented and available to the appeal panel in September 2020, would every rational regulator be so persuaded? And that the answer to that is obvious, and the answer to that was never given by the learned judge. There isn't and wasn't only one option available. There are plenty, and the most likely one, frankly, on the evidence in the record, is that the application, because it does not meet the requirement for all applications to show a system gap or And because it does not meet, in particular in relation to a mid-year, the budget neutrality of budget reduction costs, that any rational regulator looking at this would reject it and say you don't meet the guidance. And so for that reason, I say the learned judge, in substituting an order for approval, was wrong to do so. This is a statutory approval process to be done by statutory bodies. And even if things could have been done differently in 2019 in terms of processing this application, and I don't accept for a moment there's any merit to this contention, but even if it was, then it was entirely inappropriate in 2020, September 2020, for the appeal panel to reconfigure things, and it would have been entirely inappropriate for the learned judge to give approval in April 2021. That deals with my submissions on the question of remedy. My lord, it's 3 o'clock. I fully appreciate I've gone over the time, and I apologize to my learned friend. It was important, I think, to go through what is a really, I'm afraid, technically quite convoluted system and quite a convoluted application process. I should just point out, because my lady, Justice Bill Gloucester, mentioned that there was this June 2020 application. Of course, it has been placed on ice, but if the does raise this issue it points to why the issue of remedy was so important, because I'm not making a submission on this, I'm just pointing out what I hope is a practical point. The impact of merely quashing the September 2020 decision would be to put us back in a situation where you have a mid-year application appeal, but in tandem, in parallel, a full year application going through the process. And of course, at that point, the mid-year appeal becomes moot, because clearly the application which needs to be dealt with first and which would be determinative of everything is actually the full year application. And that is why the centrality of the remedy of approval by the court is there, because what he's essentially done is he's obviated the need or the ability of the council to even consider the full year application.
I just don't understand that. I just don't understand why you can't deal with, in timely fashion, the full year application without prejudice to anything either party wants to say on this. Without prejudice to the fact that Dr. Soares has already been given approval, half-year approval by the judge.
Well, the reason was
You've wasted time, haven't you? What's
been
the
given
point
a
of
full
having
year approval
legal,
by the judge.
Well, I think
legal hearing when you've got the practical thing of getting on with it and dealing with an actual real life application rather than getting judges to deal with it?
Well, the judge has dealt with it and granted approval. I mean, I appreciate the judge has granted approval, so us considering approval could come across as contemptuous, is the concern.
Well, it's done without prejudice to your appeal, or what the judge said.
Well, what we have stated in correspondence to my learned friend is if we can do our job, we would do it in extremely tight timeframes to do with it and to involve legally qualified chairs and external experts, whatever, to get it done quickly, to deal with this criticism that somehow there's been over delays. So we're fully open to dealing with it quickly. We haven't dealt with it during this process because we thought it would be inappropriate while we were waiting for, as it were, guidance, and because of concerns that we would be treading on toes by considering an application which, according to the judge's order, has been granted.
Well, he's only granted anyway.
Now, he's granted approval. He's granted approval going forward. So at the moment, the Dr. Soares clinic is in the system. It's been approved and is receiving fees for services. Yeah. He's been given full approval, and that's it. He's now an approved part of the SHB system. I hope, though, that's just a parenthesis in terms of where we are at the moment. But I don't. It's of course irrelevant to the issues before before this panel in terms of the judicial review, but I just wanted to mention it. My lords, my lady, do you have any further questions for me?
Yes, I do. I want to understand what orders have been made. If we go to paragraph 133 of the judgment, the judge in item B grants an order reversing the appeal decisions and approving the applicant's application to provide the medical services applied for in its application dated the 6th of March under the standard health benefit. Now that presumably is to be interpreted as meaning approves the application to provide the medical services in the year 20/21.
With immediate effect, he's been granted approval with immediate effect. So he's
Well, that's
granted.
all right. That's all right, because this is dated the 8th of April.
Yeah.
Well, just a second. The year goes from the 1st of April, doesn't it?
Yeah. So he's currently got it for the year starting April 2021 for this cycle. It would be, and there may be an interesting question about how long that. Well, I mean, yes, he's been given approval, as we understand it, for this cycle and going forward, unless and until it's reconsidered. Now, the order.
Well, wait a minute. That gives rise to its own complications. The application, if it had been granted by the Health Council, which it wasn't, would have been an approval for the year 2021.
The application as made in 2019 was a mid-year designed for immediate approval.
But treating it as the judge did, as if it was a whole year application, it would be, as my Lord President says, for the year 2021.
If it had been treated as a full year when presented in the summer 2019, and if it had gone through the full SPR setting process, which of course did not occur at all, it would have been, if it had been approved, it would have started 1st of April 2020.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Precisely. So I understand all the points about that they hadn't gone through any of the procedure and the judge was wrong because he didn't take that into account.
Yeah.
I'm just seeing where we've got to on the hypothesis for the moment that he was right, because he has effectively said it should have been decided, A, to treat it as a full year application, B, it should have been granted, which would have had the effect that the application had been granted for the year 2021.
Well, I don't understand that with respect, because if it should have been granted in whenever the committee sat, it would have been for the year 1st of April 2020, wouldn't it?
It would be in the currency of the year.
Saying the same thing.
Yeah. I think
So 20/21 is the year beginning the 1st of April 2020.
Yeah.
Yes.
We're not, doesn't. When I said 2021, I meant the year beginning the 1st of April 2020.
Right, okay, I think actually you said 21, but it doesn't matter.
No, I said.
It doesn't matter. I don't want to row with you, Mr. President.
I think I said, I burbled. I said 2021. The 20 may not have been clear. But sorry, if the judge has effectively held that what should have happened is that he received approval for the year 20/21. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
Yes. If approval had been granted for 20/21, because everything has been, as it were, adjourned for the future, that approval would continue. into
Yeah.
the present year. Is that right? What has in fact happened, because the order was dated the 8th of April 2021, is that the judge has granted an approval with immediate effect, which I suppose must notionally be regarded as saying that the respondent is approved for the year 21-22. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
But that probably doesn't matter, because whether it's 2021 or 21-22, until the system is restored, you will continue to have the benefit of the approval.
Yes.
Right. Good. Thank you. Now, speaking for myself, I have no further questions. Do either of my colleagues?
No, thank you.
No. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lady.
Now, Mr. Robinson, we haven't got much time left. Would it help to take a quarter of an hour?
I think I'd prefer if it's acceptable to the court to start afresh on Monday morning, but I'm quite happy to start.
Well, the penalty for that may be that you have to start at 8:45 on.
Quite happy to do that. I think it might be facilitate. It's been a long day, obviously.
It has been a long day.
More so for those of you, of course, in the UK.
Well, provided that's okay to my colleagues, I think we might start at 8:45 on Monday morning. It will be necessary, or it may be necessary, for some liaison to take place with Mr. Coelho as to how we're going to set everything up for Monday.
We'll use the same login credentials as today.
Okay. I see, and they will work for Monday, will they?
Correct.
Right. Well, thank you all very much. I look forward to seeing you on Monday. Please have an enjoyable weekend and think about something else.
Thank you, my lord.
Very good.
Thank you, my lady.
And Mr. Coelho, for our discussion,
We could remain in this room and everyone could leave. Yeah.